mounted on its shoulder, and a mechanical right claw where the arm used to be. The
Oh.
Sabaoth will then ride around. Yeah, it will ride around and taunt you and fire BFG shots in a straight line, trying to kill you. Right? In Quake 4, you will encounter again, Quake 4 has the what's it called? Quake 4 has the Strogg, and they have the Stroggification process, where basically, you remember how in Mass Effect the Reapers would take living things and turn them into weapons?
Yeah.
They do the same thing. The Strogg will take someone and then transform them into a weapon for the Strogg. But it's a lot worse because, unlike with the Reapers, where they'll kill you and then use your corpse to fight, the Strogg will take you while you're alive and mutilate you on the spot and then merge you into technology.
Oh.
Yeah, there's they have these things. Before I continue, they have these things called torso units, and it's literally just, we're going to slice off someone's arms and legs, we're going to mount them into a wall, and we're going to turn them into an energy source, and you're just still conscious. Yeah,
that reminds me of fucking Man After Man and All Tomorrows a bit.
Oh yeah. The Strogg will take anything and just purpose build them into something else. It's horrifying. But it's an interesting kind of horrifying.
Maybe we should take them and repurpose them into other things.
Basically. But during the game, you will... And by the way, I should also mention this. Quake 4 is kind of infamous because the player will actually become Stroggified. And it's horrible because you witness this from the first-person perspective. You watch as the Strogg rip open your chest to inject you with steroids so you don't die on the operating table. You witness a giant buzzsaw actually come out and slice your guy's legs off. Another machine then comes in, brings in these mechanical legs and puts them on the bloodied stumps.
Oh, fuck. That reminds me of that one Haiti animation. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's not even worse. Like, that's not the worst of it. Then they'll take in this metallic apparatus, they'll strap it onto the character's chest, and then just bolt it on. And as soon as it's removed, the character looks down and realizes, like, their arms, their legs, all mechanical now. And they're still strapped to the table. And before it all ends, they activate something called they go to the last section, which is the neurocyte implantation process. And what a neurocyte is, it's this mechanical chip that the Strogg will take and stick it into your brain. And that gives you the ability to understand their language. But once it's activated, you as a person are completely gone. And you're now nothing more but a loyal drone to the Strogg. So the last thing you witness is them activating it before you are just another puppet to their army. This whole thing is played from the first-person perspective. You witness it all. Luckily, you're saved, but your character is effectively a Strogg, and everybody fucking hates you because they can't trust the fact that you may not turn on them. It's well done, to be quite frank. And again, this was like a game in 2008, 2004. Nothing like this had ever been done before, so it actually won an award for most horrifying depiction of war in a video game.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, it was on top of everything. But I bring this up because in the game, one of your commanders, Commander Voss, does get turned into a Strogg weapon, and this is what they do to him. They stick his torso into a metal exosuit that fires a gigantic BFG weapon and charges at you. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yes. Same boss from Doom 3. Then Prey, which came out a little bit... what's it called? A little bit later, gives us... your girlfriend Jen, and Jen is basically the player's whole reason to go on this quest to save her from aliens that basically turn people into living weapons. And not like the Strogg, it's more like, hey, here's this alien, let's hybridize it with a human body and see what happens, basically. And what do they do to your girlfriend? They take off her legs, put her torso on the back of a giant alien monster that shoots massive rapid guns at you. It's the same boss from. Oh, it's horrible. Like, this is the game's, like, worst moment, where it's like, literally, you spent all this time trying to save the woman you love, and you can't save her from this fate. But it's the same boss from Doom 3, Quake 4. It's the same one. Random character gets their body ripped open, put onto War Machine, forced to fight the player.
How many times?
Like, I'm not trying to. Just 3. That's the thing. It's like, there's some speculation that this was during a time period where id was struggling a little bit to get all these projects out. So there's some speculation that there was some internal file sharing. So some of them were sharing like design documents with other groups and, you know, level layouts and things like that. Now, all the games play differently enough that they're not exactly the same, especially with Prey, Doom 3 and Quake 4. Like, it is all first-person shooting, but there is enough deviation that it doesn't feel the same. Prey, for example, gives you the ability to fire guns with an alternate fire, and it changes how the weapon works. For example, your minigun can fire a grenade launcher, or your machine gun can become a sniper rifle at the push of a button. Quake 4 gave you a massive arsenal with various different kinds of weapons you could use, both strong and human weapons. So things like grenade launchers, machine guns, pistols, shotguns, etc., etc. But there was also like a strong equivalent or slightly stronger version. Doom 3, because of its focus with horror, gave you powerful weapons, but they had limited ammo, so you constantly felt like you were on the back foot, basically. But that's what I mean. There was enough deviation where it didn't all feel like just a clone. But it's these 3 bosses that a lot of people suspect they just basically copied each other's code because they couldn't come up with a better enemy design at the time. So it was like, just take the same body concept and put it here.
So kind of like what I had to do with the Banished Striders.
Yeah, basically. It's not
because
lazy. It's more like
the blister back and the. I just didn't feel like making it for City Under Siege, and the blister back wouldn't fit in it. So that was my main reason for that.
Here, it's more of a case of they didn't have the time to get everything set up, so it was more of a case of just take this design concept and kind of pass it along. Plus, all these games came out roughly within the same year, or like a year apart, so they were all kind of like coming out one after the other. But it was a good time for id because they were able to kind of keep the lights on with these successful little games, basically. Oddly enough, Prey and Quake 4 never got expansions, even though Quake 4 had plans for an expansion which would focus on another main bad guy and basically kind of expand on the world a bit more, which would have led to a sequel. But the only game that got an expansion was Doom 3 with the following missions, which was the Lost Missions and Resurrection of Evil. Resurrection of Evil was basically a direct sequel to the events of Doom 3, where you play as a different Marine altogether. But the Lost Missions were like a weird mission pack that, yes, were canon to the story, as you're playing a different character altogether, but it was also kind of like, we don't really need to pay too much attention to it to get the general idea of what's happening elsewhere. It's a weird little fucking thing. But they're fine. It's interesting. The game introduced a few different concepts, such as the Heart of Hell, which basically gave you access to certain abilities, the double barrel shotgun, which made it feel more like a Doom game, some new enemies, especially the Bruiser, which, God, is such a fucking weird thing. Apparently, it got in trouble for that creature specifically, because the Bruiser is, I'll describe it, it's basically a demon that's been amputated 4 times, so both arms were removed for cannons. It has like mechanical hooves that help it stomp around, but the most disturbing feature is its face and head have been like sort of removed, but there's a TV screen now that kind of comes out with like a mechanical tentacle tongue thing, and instead of it having like an in-game graphic, or like a texture, they just took photos of a random employee's teeth and eyes and have it on the creature. So when it's walking around, it has this teeth exposed image that's just kind of there. And then when it sees the player, it switches to like this photorealistic eye that stares at you, and then it changes to a image of the teeth opening and kind of like roaring. Now that's not bad in and of itself, other than apparently the guy or the girl who had these images taken was outside of their consent because they didn't know what it was going to be used for. There was a bit of a lawsuit, but it didn't really go anywhere. But what was disturbing is that when you kill the creature, the screen will change to an image of gore. And nobody knew if this was actually like gore that someone took a photo from, like an actual like wound, or if this was like photoshopped or something like that. And that led the SRB to basically be like, okay, we need to investigate this because we think someone might have gotten hurt, and like a whole lot of shit basically. The creature was almost completely removed from the game because of it, but it was later discovered that just like how with BioWare, how they did the whole Reaper Vision thing by basically slapping a chicken breast onto a motherboard and using gum to give the illusion of like melting flesh. This was literally just ground beef they smashed with a hammer and just took a photo of. So it's like, no, it's not. It's technically gore of a cow, but it's a meat patty, so it's like not an issue. But the ESRB were so angry that apparently they wanted to claim that, oh, it is technically, like what I just said, it is technically gore, therefore we're going to get you. There was this whole lawsuit with them, but it really didn't go anywhere. The ESRB actually had to send a written apology to id for the frivolous lawsuit. As part of the settlement. It's hilarious. But that's basically the big thing about Doom 3. It caused a lot of issues. It was trying to be its own thing, and a lot of people weren't too happy with it. So, hold on, I'm just gonna eat something real quick.
That's okay. Oh, that's where that is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I'm playing Sonic Free right now.
Oh, you're good, no worries.
Just trying to, you know, do things in it.
That reminds me. You know how most games have glitches and problems like that?
Yeah.
Sonic 3 apparently is one of the Sonic series had such an intense amount of like, what's the word? Review, like, you know, code reviews and passes and polishes, so much so that apparently it didn't have any glitches, but just to be safe, Sega actually printed in the manual somewhere that if you encounter a problem, it's one of Robotnik's deadly or dastardly traps. All you have to do to get out of it is the level. I was like, oh, that's cute. But it's such a rare thing to happen that it's like, it might as well not exist. But I appreciated that Sega was like, yeah, let's cover all our bases just to be safe. And that's something I've honestly kind of missed. It's just when developers actually cared about their games and not just like, oh, we're just going to throw this in and fuck you, you're going to have to deal with it. But no, nowadays everyone's like, oh no, let's just shaft the player because fuck it, we want to get rich quick.
Exactly. It's like they don't look like they don't care about quality.
Oh, absolutely. Because like, oh, okay, let me rephrase this. I do sympathize with the developers when it comes to things like crunch. Crunch is something that should not exist, and it's something that shouldn't be the industry standard, you know? Like, it's something that in the past used to be something that showed dedication because you really loved the product or the project and wanted to see this be the best that it could possibly be. But nowadays, crunch is basically utilized as, oh, we get to make our employees work longer hours, so that way they won't, you know, this, and this, and this, basically. It's just something that really irks me, and again, I'm just glad that, you know, people are calling out for what it is. It's a bad business practice. But At the same time, this also has led many people, many developers, to basically be like, "Oh, we're not going to do the bare minimum." It's a catch-20 basically. You either do it and it's done well, or you don't do it and people still deal with this bullshit. Honestly, it's just it just irks me to no end, to say the least. And again, people wonder, it's like, oh, well, Rev, why are you so cynical towards game developers? Again, we've been burned long enough, and I think the whole conflating, oh, the poor devs with, publisher bad is essentially what's led to a lot of this bullshit taking control.
Yeah, like I noticed that happens a lot with like 343, where people they act like, oh, poor 343, they're under the control of big bad Microsoft when they're literally a part of Microsoft. They're just Microsoft employees.
Yeah, who don't give a shit about Halo and are desperately trying to prove that they can still remain relevant. Which, in the end of the day, is never going to really happen. And I mean this in the general sense because, how do I put it? When it comes to game developers, I'm not going to say it's easy to replace them, far from it. It's more of a case of, when it comes to game developers, you have those who are very talented and are capable of making something out of nothing. That's how it is by default. But developers are not, what's the word? Irreplaceable. They can be replaced. They can be bought out by someone else, or they can be selected by a different company. This, basically. Again, to use Secret of the Mimic as a perfect example, what happened with Murray Studios and how basically you had Fazbear Entertainment poaching it's the mechanics teams and things like that, and basically saying, hey, work for us, while actively just letting the company go.
Yeah, pretty much stealing all his work.
Yeah, exactly. Which again is like, fuck, I'm depressed by that, but it's like, that's very accurate to what a lot of these companies will do.
Story.
Oh, absolutely. It's a story of a man who excuse me. It's a story of a man who was all about being creative, all about creating things, and having that spark that a lot of people lack in their lives. And just the realities of everything else just not only getting in the way, but the simple fact of being someone who really couldn't live with a family. And I'm not saying that in like a negative, I mean in the sense of like,
well,
you can clearly tell.
He's so busy. Like, I can kind of relate to this story a bit, where he's so busy working, he doesn't, his neglect causes his own kid to die.
Yeah. Well, his own kid to die, and the fact, everything else happens. It's like, it's a main issue, and it's something that I see the problem with, and I can sympathize. But it's also a case of this happened. You can probably tell that this happened because probably his father was the same way, and the fact that he built the company and all this sort of shit kind of shows it. Murray was someone, or sorry, not Murray. What's the word? I think it was Edward or something. Honestly, Murray. I kept getting it. Edwin, thank you. God, I just remembered why, because that's the name of my brother.
Oh shit.
Yes. And he's also a fuck up, so it's like, oh no, it's doubly important. No, I'm kidding. My brother may be an idiot, but he's a decent person. But the thing is that when it comes to Edwin, it's a similar problem where you can tell that he's passionate about making things. He clearly built a lot of impressive shit, and it shows. It's just a simple fact of this is someone who clearly couldn't run a company. Or let me phrase that. When I say couldn't run a company, I mean in the sense of he was not the best person to run the corporation because he's not a corporate head. He's someone who believes in innovation, who thrives in the mechanics side of things, and kind of needs those limits and the budgets of money budgets and things like that to really keep him in line. So that way he can thrive and succeed in those limited environments. But when he got all that resource and all that power to him, and able to just build and build and build and go from idea to idea and idea to idea over and over again, the company struggled as a result. Like, not everyone could, for lack of a better term, not everyone could meet his demand. Not everyone could be a machine, and there are limitations to what a human can and cannot do within the confines of something specific. But again, I'm not going to fault him for that. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
I think the mistake he made was going with the mimics and trying to bring his wife back, trying to bring his son back, and just not coping with their loss well whatsoever.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, doing that is like, it's not really a good way to cope with loss. And then, like, eventually he realizes these aren't his, like, family. And then he takes his rage out, and now he's taught this thing that copies things to be violent.
Right.
Which I think might be a commentary on abuse, because, people who get abused repeat the abuse. Many such
absolutely.
cases.
No, absolutely, and I think it's even worse with the mimic. And I think the reason why the spell, quote unquote, broke is because I don't think it was the wife droid that did it. I don't think M1 was the reason. I think what it was is that because the mimic could copy other things.
He was copying his son. That's what set him off. He was mimicking his son after he died, and that really pissed him off. And,
but it isn't.
Because at that time he moved the M1 to the Fiona robot.
Right, and then that whole thing just kind of went as it is, and again, it broke the spell. He realized, like I think what finally broke him was the simple fact of, this isn't going to be my son. He's never going to grow up. He's never going to be the kid I lost. I think that's what finally broke the spell. The simple fact of the matter is that, yes, the mimic could, ironically, mimic things. Yes, it could pretend, but it would never be able to live outside of its extremely limited programming. It was always ever going to just replicate its surroundings, replicate what it encountered, be the things that it saw, and never be its own person. And I think that's what made Edwin realize, it's like, my son is dead, my wife is dead, these are toys I've created, and I'll never get that back. Like, on top of that, I think the family films probably played a role in this realization. The simple fact of the matter is that he was never really, I think that's the worst of it, he was never really there for his son growing up and trying to make up for them.
I remember looking at those films and seeing the reveal in those was so fucking holy shit. When it shows the mimic and it's Fiona.
Yeah, it's horrifying, and the thing about this whole thing with the mimic is that the mimic is, I think, the most dangerous thing to ever have been created, because it knows, it understands things. It copies. It's not like, how to put it, it's not like pushing record on a recording device and having it play back to you. It's like a bird. It understands the word and associates it with a specific action, or excuse me, a specific action or concept, basically. Like, if you've ever seen the bird Apollo, and the fact that this African gray is able to not only associate certain sounds with actions and things like that, to the point where you can even speak cohesive sentences or just generally get that understanding underway, it's the same basic concept. The mimic understands things, it knows things, it's able to learn from it. It's not just basic copying. Again, the good and the bad endings of this game shows that this is a creature that is entirely aware of what it is, of what it does, of what it's capable of doing, and it doesn't stop. It knows the difference between right and wrong, and it won't stop doing these things. That's the worst of it, I think.
Yeah.
And the worst of it all is that, again, Edwin made it this way. He misattributed the idea of a kid seeing its parents and mimicking what they can do with how it should be. And it became what it is. Now, I don't know if the endings are canon, or which one is the canon ending for our unfortunate overworked employee. I know that there's 3 endings. There's the good ending, the bad ending, and then a secret ending.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know if they're leaning to the idea that the secret ending is the correct ending, because I think that's what's going on.
Well,
given the fact that
is it which secret ending are you talking about? The one where you go into the like when you get into the car crash, or the one where it's like you cure the mimic, so to speak?
The cure the mimic one.
I mean, the only problem with that is, like, the Mimic appears in the Ruin DLC for Security Breach, right?
I think so. I've not really looked into Ruin. With this, when it comes to FNAF, I'm kind of on and off with it in terms of this, again, simply because of how fucking busy I am as a motherfucker. But, again, it's hard to tell, because part of me thinks that they are leaning to the idea that the secret ending is supposed to be the canonical ending, because when you complete the story and fix the mimic, there's more to it, and it just stops after you hear the knock of the door. And I think the implication is that because of that, there's going to be more story, and it's going to pick up with the secret ending, where the other 2 endings are just the mimic kills the protagonist and just fucks off somewhere, which I don't think really lines up with anything. Because again, what does he do in all this time between Security Breach and everything else? Like, is he just fucking around in the countryside? What's going on here?
He's going around ripping people's limbs off, I guess. Or getting trapped.
Yes, I guess.
Security Breach.
Yeah, so again, we have to kind of approach this as like, we need to know what ending best lines up with Security Breach in order to kind of get an idea as like where this is going. But again, that's for much later down the line. Excuse me. Overall, I think that the Secret to the Mimic is an interesting game concept, and frankly, I'm gonna be frank, it's pretty damn impressive. The sheer amount of like moving parts and everything, the horror atmosphere, like you can tell the developers did take some influences from the Poppy Playtime games, but they didn't copy it one to one, you know?
Yeah, I noticed that with Jackie, because like the whole like aesthetic. Oh fuck no! But I noticed that with Jackie and the whole place being like a factory. But it's a fun. I really liked it was a fun game. I liked how the animatronics felt like. Well, the mimic felt like a threat. You couldn't just cheese him. You had to actually play it stealthily. Because if you didn't, you're fucked. Because he can outrun you, and also it's interesting because he takes control of every animatronic in the game. So. Like,
which kind of removes the whole, you know, oh, why is this animatronic doing this, and why is this one doing that? It's like, no, it's literally just one monster in the thing, and it makes that monster feel a little bit more special.
And he can be any of the suits too, so like every single suit could like be one of these guys. So you get to see all these different like mascots come after you.
Yeah, it leans into the Thing style kind of world, where you look at every suit and think to yourself, okay, when is this one going to come up? Is this one going to come up? Is this one going to do this? Da, 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 da.
And also, like, in the gameplay, it will, like, mimic David's voice a lot, like, in some areas, and it's actually, like, terrifying, because you don't, like, know where it can pop out.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that's the thing I love about this, is that, again, it feels like the developers understood horror, not just FNAF horror, and really leaned into, okay, we're going to make this enemy, we're going to make it disturbing, we're going to do this, 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 and this, and it turned out surprisingly well, and for like such a basic little game, you know. And I say little in the sort of like general sense, but it's impressive. I do like all the animatronic designs, everything that was kind of like built by Murray. Like, it isn't just, here's this version of Foxy, or here's this version of Chica, or here's this version of Freddy. It was, he created an entire...
I like how it's, like, actually different characters, because that was my main complaint with a lot of the FNAF sequels, is that it's just different versions of Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy. And that's something I will give Security Breach and Sister Location credit for, is that they both had that, where it's like you had all these new casts of characters.
and I think that's the best of it as well. Where here with this specific game, the enemies you encounter, or like the designs, are all different, and it feels like it's a part of the world, not just, hey, we just threw these designs together because we could. I think a good example would be the whole play you get to do with like the Captain animatronic. You're inside, where you see all these little characters on the stage, and it feels like it's something genuine to the setting. Like, it isn't just we created all this for the sake of it. It feels like this is part of the world. This is something that the Freddy mascots would have been a part of like, you know, like I like to view it as kind of like the Muppets, you know?
Well, it's the
same
like
sort of.
we actually see the animatronics properly perform, which is not like something we get to see a lot.
Right. There's this weird wholesome nature to it all, and it's something I wish more of it would do. Like, I get it, FNAF is at the end of the day a horror franchise, so we can't have wholesome things in it. I get that, believe me. But it would be nice, given the sheer volume of, you know, the setting, how it's expanded just outside of the horror aspect, to kind of see things that would be more interesting. You know, like the idea of, oh, here's what an in-universe cartoon, or here's this, or here's that. You know, like something basic would be nice. Again, Security Breach kind of gave us a little bit of that with like the basic aspects, and I'm not going to fault them for what they did, but it is still nice to see this interesting take, this approach to everything, and actually giving us something more than just here's FNAF 1 again with a slightly different coat of paint.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know people are angry because, like, oh, it's too different from FNAF, and I'm like, not really. You know, like, aside from the mention of William Afton, you know, and small things like that,
there's
it's
another
still
complaint similar to this where, like, oh, it's a retcon. And that's complete bullshit, because this game doesn't retcon anything but people's headcanons. And this is the thing with FNAF, is just, like, a lot of people have their own headcanon of what the story is. So when a game actually defines the story, like for example, in my fan game, Chica's Party World, it's nothing like the Chica's Party World that, you know, the canon version that's in Secret of the Mimic.
right.
But I'm not here complaining, because at the end of the day, that was my headcanon. We didn't have any information, we made up our own information and theories, and they turned out to be wrong. Because at the end of the day, we don't get to decide what FNAF is. It's Scott's decision. And we can't be angry, because it's like, it wasn't like these past events weren't defined. We just, people made up their own headcanons, or their own stories, or their own theories, and they act like it's canon, but it's not canon. And this is the problem. Like, so much of FNAF story that people will take issue with shit like this. And this is what I like about Secret of the Mimic, because it like, I played it and I actually understood the story that was going on. I didn't need a fucking video to explain it. I'd look at the audio logs, because they give you the audio logs in order, and you kind of get an idea of what happens. And you have to watch, and at the end of the game, you have to watch those, like, reels to get the key code, right? So...
yeah. You are exposed to the story in a natural way.
Yeah. And like, you know, they really stepped up, like, Steelwool really stepped up their game for this, and, like, I really like the game. And I think the people who just bitch about, like, it being a retcon or all this shit, like, they need to learn that their fucking theories are not, like, fucking... Like, all their theories are wrong, okay? You can't just get angry when, like... I don't know. It's like, I'm not too mad about it, because it's like, I have my own fan game that has its own canon. I don't have to feel bad if, like, Scott is like, oh, Chica's Party World just only had Chica and these weird cupcake mascots. It's like, I'm gonna feel bad about that.
Exactly. But that's what I mean, is that I think the biggest problem is that for years now, FNAF has had such a disjointed story, and it was all kind of like built to be mysterious.
It was built by the community as well, so it's like... Right,
they're so used to theory crafting and building a story for the game, and it's been, you know, quote-unquote, canon for so many years now, that when you get something like this that tells the concrete story, they feel invalidated, because it is literally taking what they thought was true for years now and telling them, no, I'm sorry, that's not correct. But instead of being mature about it and being like, okay, well, I guess I was wrong, they're like, oh no, it has to be this way because I can't, cope with that fact.
Yeah, and it's just like I said, it's like, this is the thing, it's like, there's nothing, the game does not contradict any existing lore. It's like, I guess the problem is when you talk to FNAF people, they always tell you a different interpretation of what the story is. Like, that's the main problem,
right.
Because it's just never been defined. And the thing is I don't blame Scott for it, because he made this as a last-ditch effort, because he was, like... Because he was going through a tough situation with his game development shit. So it's like, it's not his fault that he never had a plan going in. It's like, he didn't expect the game to take off.
Right. And that's more power to him. He took something and made it into a massive fucking success, and has long since been trying to make it, like, for everyone, like, with enough wiggle room for interpretation, fan designs. He opened it up to the community, and, so long as the community abides by his guidelines, there's no big issue. But again, it's one of those problems where it's been so many years of this kind of, like, speculative storytelling and listening to people like MatPat that's led to these sort of like, well, my headcanon is this, because again, it's been something that's been going on for years now, and we can't feel too, like, we can't be so malicious towards these people, because again, it's literally trying to make being told that everything you knew was wrong and you have to kind of accept this. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but this can happen.
And you can still have your own headcanon and story, like fucking Five Nights at Candy's and Pop Goes. They're part of the Fanverse initiative. They both take place in a universe where the last FNAF game was, like, FNAF free. So those people who complain about that shit, you have your own, you can enjoy that instead. You don't gotta be fucking, like, I don't know, and I find the people who make that complaint, they're always, like, they make old FNAF out to be as, like, some edgy fucking, game, when it really never was. And I think it's because, like, the FNAF analog horror has kind of gaslit them into thinking that. And they think, like, FNAF was, like, super edgy and shit, but it, like, never was. I don't know, it's so fucking stupid.
People are odd, and I think the reason why is because just of the sheer dark nature of it all. Again, a guy murdered a bunch of kids. Like, it's not like regular people, where it's like, oh, this was an adult in their 20s or whatever. Like, literal, like, 6-10-year-old kids being brutalized and shoved into machines, and, then, of course, if you get caught by them, you get shoved into them as well. And you see your eyes used to be dark, and used to be this and this. Because it technically was, but it wasn't so, like,
it wasn't,
oh
like,
my
so,
god,
like,
it's
gory,
this, it's this, it's this.
Like in the games, it wasn't really, like, overly shown, like, I mean, it's just like, Scott's a Christian, what do you expect? You expect him to fucking be telling all this shit? Like, he obviously, it's like, what the fuck do you expect?
Yeah. Again, it's BS for the sake of BS, and original FNAF was dark in that sense, but it was never like, oh my god, it wasn't like an analog horror darkness, and again, Scott did the best he did. He did 2, he did 3, he built the story up as best he could. He then did the 4th game, the one with the to this day, this one still confuses me. The one with the kid basically dying because he was bitten. At least that's what I assume.
That whole thing was so weird, because in the lead up to FNAF 4, I remember all the teasers were hinting at that being the bite of 87, and we were going to find out who did it. But then in the game, it's the bite of 83, so what the fuck happened? So I personally think that the bite of 83 was... The bite of 87 was changed to the bite of 83. There's hints to this, because in FNAF 1, if you do 1987 in the fucking custom night, you get a Golden Freddy jump scare. Golden Freddy is pretty much Fredbear, so... I kind of... I don't know. But I do like the idea of the bite of 87, because Mangle did it. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's these sort of like weird little inconsistencies, and Scott steps away, then did Sister Location, and then That brought its own problems with it, because then it explains who the guy in the purple was, and it really wasn't technically Afton, but it was, and then like these specific ones he created, at least to me, were always on the more confusing side. Simply because, again, he's just trying to make a story that fits with everything, and again, it leads
that was
into
the
the
thing
whole.
that was like confusing about Sister Location is that like this is the first time you hear the name William Afton, and if you didn't read the books, you wouldn't know who that is. That's the main issue with it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the YouTuber Goobus and the whole bit where it's like what is it? Freddy and his friends are coming over to his house to bother him to like look into FNAF and all that shit, and then at one point his version of Freddy just goes and he just says, "I've heard that name 170 like hundreds of times, and I don't know who that is, and I don't want to know who that is." It's like it's the same basic gag.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. And I think that's the biggest that's the basic kind of like takeaway when it comes to FNAF. It's just the simple fact of this is a franchise and series that has been, I don't want to say disjointed as like a dismissive, but a very basic like we had ideas, we had plans, we had concepts, but we never expected it to go so far. And the fan initiative has really kind of done a lot of the heavy lifting to keep it relevant. And again, I'm not saying that in a derogatory sense. It is basically just that they have been doing this for so long because that's all they really can do. And again, I'm not saying this is a derogatory. I'm just saying that it is what it is. FNAF succeeds more based on fan initiatives than it does with anything else, and it's led to many, many different mascot horrors succeeding as a result.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think we would have Poppy Playtime, for example, without FNAF, and even then, Poppy has kind of become. Well, I
don't know how to feel about Poppy Playtime because that thing felt so like corporately astroturf. That's what I always felt, because it was like it was made like by this big animation studio, and it felt like it was meant to be marketable, and it ended up succeeding in that. But it's like I always felt weird about it.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. It is basically kind of like a similar concept. From what I understand, when it comes to this, it is a... How do I put it? It is a... It was a runaway success because mostly the game was pretty well done, put together. Again, this is what happens when you put an animation team behind it. You get a game that can really succeed on its own merits, and that's basically how that game succeeded as it is. The main thing is that, again, when it comes to Poppy Playtime, it mutated horrendously into more of the slop crap that we've had to put up with for years now.
The thing that felt artificial was it felt like they were just creating a new IP to make more animations of, if that makes sense. Because they are like mob animations, so they make all these like fucking content farm animations, right?
You're not wrong. Right, Mob Animations is infamous for... basically, they got their big start with FNAF, and what they would do is these Minecraft-style animations, and these became their kind of...
Like, they had the fucking... Unfortunately, the song was made by a pedophile, but that fucking survived the night. Like, they animated that in Minecraft. And it sucks, because it was a good song, but it's like, the guy's fucking kid diddler. His name is Mando Pony or something like that.
Yeah, I remember him. Back when I was big on some of the FNAF stuff, I used to listen to some of the music as well, but that was like a decade ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
But for the most part, what's the word? For the most part, when it comes to mob animations, again, they've had a bit of a rough history, and I do believe that they want Poppy to succeed. I think they've broken away from their typical slop creation because they realize, hey, we can actually do something and not be pariahs in this space. but it also still feels very, again, for lack of a better term, artificial in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But again, it's interesting. They, again, for lack of a better term, I think they do care. They do have some investment in what they're creating. I think that goes without saying. They have learned from the best. They are trying to make a FNAF-like game and keep some of the more, for lack of a better term, dark and disturbing content in it without compromising too much in terms of what they're trying to create. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I see what you're doing here, but I also don't think it's the best it could be in a general sense.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. But again, not really a big problem at the end of the day. Let me think. The other big thing as well is that it's the more basic aspect of how far this whole thing really has kind of, again, for lack of a better term, transpired. And again, I think when it comes to Poppy, it's fine. I'm not going to say I'm a fan of it. I'm interested in passing, but that's about it. If you want like created for slop tubing sort of shit, you're better off just kind of looking at something like what's it called? What was it? Not Five Nights at Candy's. It's like Candy World, like something like that.
Oh, Candyland. Yeah, I remember that. So I heard that went nowhere.
Yeah, basically they. No, it hasn't. Mostly because the creators of this, from what I understand, it was originally an NFT game. And that was the goal. But then came the era of thirst trapping characters. So then they're like, oh, we can do this instead. So they started to do and pivot towards shorts. Then they got exposed because a lot of people knew them from their source filmmaker animations that people really liked, but then they gave up on that because it was more work and little profit/reward for it. Then they got exposed by another YouTuber, I think at the time was Steph King, I could be wrong. Then they had to shut everything down. Then they tried to bring it back under a different title and name and just focus on shorts again, and then promise that, yes, we will do an animation or like an actual game. And then that didn't go anywhere, and so it was just a whole lot of like just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. Yeah. The project just eventually fizzled out as written. In fact, let me check that real quick because I'm curious now. Let's see. Yeah, Candyland. So, yeah, no, they're apparently now trying to make it into. So they've given up on the game completely, and now they're actually trying to make it into an.
The thing is they don't really have a game in the first place, because it's like all of their gameplay footage was like, it was clearly just animation. It's like that cinematic trailer bullshit like game devs do. Yeah,
the one that they have to. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my god, I realized what this is. So let me clarify something. So they pivoted away from a game and they're now making it into an animation, an animated series in 3D. And I realized what program they're using. It's being animated in Unreal. And one of their quote-unquote characters is literally a free asset that Unreal gave away when one of their games failed.
Oh, fuck. Of course it's Unreal.
Yeah, it took me a moment because I was like, what? That looks familiar. And then once I got a better look at it, it's like, oh, that's what it is. It's that character from Paragon. But yeah, apparently from what I'm seeing... Oh, I'm sorry, one of the protagonists is wearing the Chris Chan shirt. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! You don't realize what you've done! God! Cue the memes! But yeah, it looks
they don't know the fire they're playing with, that's the Sonichu curse. Well, no, not the shirt itself, but all they have to do is add the medallion and they're fucking cursed. Right? That shit is poison.
Yeah, Yeah, I swear, God looked at him and said, "I shall now curse you and everything that is associated with you." That's what it is. It's a curse from God. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this animation. It's visually it looks fine, but a lot of it looks very scripted, less natural. I want to say. Like characters will just stand in one spot and mimic the same basic motions, essentially.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep. Like I said, just very, very basic hollow sort of designs and everything. Yeah, it's nothing interesting really. It's just basic animation, and you know, clearly they're trying to pivot something that was meant to be a game into a series, and it shows. It shows quite a bit. But hey, who cares? At least they've actually decided to be like, yeah, we're gonna do something with this, so I can't fault them too much for it. I'll still blame them, but I won't fault them too much.
Yeah.
Which is more than I can say for most people. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I said, yeah, of course.
Just typical bullshit. there's no two ways about it. It's just, hey, we did the bare minimum, give us monies. It's like, are we gonna do anything else with it? No.
It's my IP to sit on and do nothing with.
Basically. I still find it funny that Smiling Friends basically just kind of has put what the internet feels on full blast in the best way possible. Apparently some studios are really not happy with the success Smiling Friends actually has. Because it's like, oh no, the internet people have breached the normie center. We're fucked.
It's funny because it's like, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a criticism of Rick and Morty, because it's like, the fucking, like, it makes fun of that shit in one episode, I remember.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, fucking,
but it's
like the nihilist bullshit is just, because that the show is actually about being fucking hopeful, and not being a fucking depressed
absolutely.
cunt.
No, absolutely. It's fun, it's silly, it's, like, yeah, there are dark moments, and a lot of the times the episodes just kind of end in a sort of like, oh, I guess we made things worse, but in a comical sort of way. I think one of the best examples would probably be, what's it called? Oh god. It was this brief episode with the Enchanted Forest, I think, and the whole bit of like, oh, Charlie and Pym are there to just kind of like help the princess and yada yada yada, and this and this and this and all that shit. And then the joke is that they were helping the sociopath that was trying to hurt her, and they indirectly get him killed. So by doing that, they help her out, and she's like, oh, I feel a little better now. So in an indirect way, they sort of like help her, and that's the gag of the whole episode, is that, oh, I guess our goofing off actually did pay off in the end. Nice.
That's funny.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was horrifying to see the character just die, because it was this whole bit where basically, if you've never seen like the old fucking Lord of the Rings, like Bilbo Baggins design, the character's just kind of viewed as weirdly okay. Then during like one of the fight where Charlie and Pym are having this argument because, you know, one of them's jealous of the other, yada yada yada, they accidentally get the character killed by getting him like stuck on a spear, and they're like, oh my god, we're so sorry, we'll get, you know, we'll try to do better, yada yada yada. Like, it snaps the drama out completely. And then when he's like, you know, Pym getting cold, Pym getting tired, going into light, you know, they're like, yeah, just do it, go into light. And then the next thing you see, he suddenly just transforms into this weird muck demon and just screams and dies. And they're like, oh my god, I didn't expect that. Yeah, but that's the joke. It's like, oh, okay. And that's kind of your first hint that he's not really a good person. Later you find out, again, he was stalking the princess because he wanted her, in that sense. And the package he's been convincing them to carry is literally an explosive that he wanted to send her, because if he can't have her, nobody will. But again, they got him killed, and she's like, "Oh, wait, you're saying he's definitely dead?" And like, we saw him melt. He's dead. So it's like, oh, I guess that works out. Okay. So yeah. Again, but you're not wrong with that. Smiling Friends really is about kind of like, even though there are dark moments and weird shit like that, it is at the end of the day about just kind of looking for the good in the world and basically being like, yeah, this sucks, but at least I'm getting better with time, basically,
Yeah.
Like the whole bit with Wimbley, for example, of video game companies and how poignant that was. How well that went. And again, a lot of people kind of compare Smiling Friends and Hell of a Boss and shit like that, and kind of they draw a parallel that's kind of accurate. The idea that why is Smiling Friends so beloved, and Hell of a Boss has been kind of like viewed derisively by like half of its audience.
Well, it's just
and
like.
It's simply because.
What were you gonna say?
Mm-hmm. No, go on.
Well, it's because it's like it's Satanist slop. That's the gist of it, but it's like, it's Vizzy's fucking, it's the woke retelling of the Bible. Yeah,
you're not wrong. Pretty much, and again, a lot of people aren't too happy with that, because again, as much as these like idiots will claim like, oh, this isn't the case, like there are a large portion of people who are still Christian and who do care about this sort of stuff.
It's actually been surging with the youth as of late.
Good. I blame Doom for this. I'm kidding.
Oh, fuck.
No, actually, funnily enough, somebody did look into it. Apparently, Doomslayer is technically a Catholic, and it turns out that he does qualify to become the Pope. So there's been some art about him basically becoming the Pope and being like, first order of business, we're invading hell. But yes, that's kind of like the general gist of, like, aside from that, it's also the simple fact that Smiling Friends feels genuine. Like this is a passion project that wasn't just created for the sake of, internet brownie points or becoming big and popular in the mainstream or anything like that. It was for lack of a better term, a true passion project by its creator. And it kind of shows in the way that the characters are done, the stories are done, the simple fact that, yes, there is swearing, but it's not the be-all, end-all of the character.
Exactly.
And it's these small examples of it, because again, when it comes down to it, again, for lack of a better term, it's genuine. It feels correct. The swearing feels appropriate, because when the characters do swear, it feels natural. It feels like, yeah, this kind of built up to it, basically. Like a good example would be like when something horrifying happens, one of them just says, holy shit, like it feels like something that any person would say. It's like, yeah, this is a situation that is deserving of the holy shit. There's even a bit of a gag where when Charlie does go to hell, he's trying to look for, this is his whole thing, by the way. He gets himself accidentally killed because he bums out everyone during Christmas, and in a fit of like anger tries to cut down a tree, and the tree just crushes him. He winds up going to hell, and then when he's in hell, he finds out that it's like, it sucks, everything's not going right, everything's frozen over, and he finds out, oh, it's because Satan is literally depressed, or like he's not into his usual shit anymore. Okay, so he decides, yeah, I'll just go ahead and do this and try to make things a little better down here, which basically means he's going to make it worse for himself or whatever. And when he's down there, he's trying to find Satan. He's like, how do I find him? And then, I shit you not, his grandmother is there. He says, oh, maybe I can help you, darling. And it's like, why are you here? And she says, oh, I was sent to hell because I accidentally said damn in 1973 after your grandfather was shot in the head by that rotten burglar. I'm like, wow, that he even calls that. It's like that doesn't seem like a reason to send someone to hell. But that's again, it's so out of like left field where you're just kind of standing there like, okay, sure, why not? I guess that's the rules. Literally, there's even another kind of like old person dying gag where basically there's this tech person. He helps out an old fellow, and he helps. Sorry, not Charlie. Some other character from Smiling Friends helps him, and he succeeds in everything. And when he's being like held by his crazy landlord, who has like a bomb on his chest and everything, he gets this. There's this brief moment where he sees the box of paper clips he's trying to get, and remembers what the old electronic shopkeeper says, and then you just see the stereotypical like flashback holographic version of the character behind them basically going or saying something. But the old man just stops and says, "Oh, by the way, I'm not a flashback. I actually died like not long after you left my store." Waits a few moments and just goes, "Well, I should be getting back to hell now." And then the brief second you just see the demons come out and he just screams and goes, "Ah!" And he just drags back down. I'm looking at this and thinking to myself, but why? Why did this happen? Of course, the running theory is just that after the character helped him like save his shop, he was so happy he died from a heart attack and said "damn" at the same time. That's what happened. That's why he's there. But that's what I mean. It's these little gags that feels genuine and works with the setting. Where with whatever Vizzy kind of writes, just the punchline is the character said fuck. That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to it. It's literally, oh, isn't it funny because the character said fuck.
I mean, that's the thing with like, I remember Romanian TV made like a video about it where there's these different types of like woke humor, and one of them is like shit like that, where they just say that type of shit for the sake of it, because lol, you said the word fuck. That's all there is. It's like random XD humor. It's like overly gory, like type of shit. Like shit like that, I'd say.
I would call it needlessly cruel, because that's funny.
A better word. Sorry about that. It's just I couldn't think of a better word for it at the time.
No, you're fine, and that's really what it just boils down to. Like, I know it sounds like I'm just being a hater for the sake of it's like, oh my god, Rev's being unrealistically blah 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 blah. But it's more of a case of like, you get that feeling. It's like, it doesn't feel like it was done genuinely. It feels like it's trying too hard to be like everything else on TV and things like that. And again, it just feels off at the end of the day. And I mean that in the most like general sense, where the characters just feel off. Everything about it just doesn't feel quite right. Especially when when you boil it way to, oh, this is just how this character is. This is just how this person is. Yada yada yada. It comes off as like questionable at best and foolish at worst, basically. And again, I mean this in the sense of like, just most of Vizzy's writing at the end of the day. Like, it always, at least to me, it always comes off feeling like Vizzy's, like, the characters just don't, how do I put it? They just feel like they haven't had enough time in the oven, for lack of a better term. It just feels like they've been there, they were created to serve a purpose and nothing else. And it shows.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of like, oh, but this and this will really change that fact. And I think it just boils down to just the general writing as a whole. And I think you could make a story interesting with these characters without them having to swear up like sailors. But, again, that would require a lot of effort. And frankly, I don't think that she and her team would really care about putting an effort forward this project as it is. They've already quote unquote succeeded. They've already reached their goal. Amazon's basically giving them the invincible budget to basically do whatever they want, and that is what it is. I don't think she would be incentivized to improve because, hey, why would I? This is what got me my job.
And these
But if
people
you don't
often
improve,
live in echo
you'll lose
chambers, so they often don't get any real criticism anyways, so...
Yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. Like, it's both this and her other project. And ironically, I think when it comes to Hell of a Boss, I think she gets more, or I think she cares a little bit more about it simply because she doesn't have the Amazon bucks to kind of rely on, so she has to listen to the audience to a certain degree and, you know, just kind of work with them. But at the same time, I also think that she doesn't particularly care too much about the audience because they're already ingrained into her shit. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And, you know, I hate the fact the only thing I know about Hell of a Boss is that fucking George Floyd creepypasta. Like that's the only reason I know about the lore. Is like all I know is that they're like some hitman contract agency, and Floyd contracted them to kill Xeric Shaman.
No, I've been, unfortunately for me, I've just been more exposed because of the idiots who always tend to ask me for shit, but that's neither here nor there. Point is that I'm more familiar, and even then, I don't like to be more familiar with this shit. The only thing I can safely say is that it is very clearly how do I put it? It is a show that is very clearly trying to adhere to a lot of the progressive talking points without it being overly progressive,
well,
but it's also like, trying desperately to...
what bothers me is like how they fucking are like, oh, Adam is a sexist male pig. Like they're trying to make him out to be the bad guy in the Bible because he's like, Eve, don't eat the apple. Wow. And she goes eat the apple and look what happens. Everything goes to shit. And they're like, oh, he was controlling her. It's like, it's that type of bullshit.
No, ironically, if they wanted to say man bad, whatever, there is a biblical example of this in Cain, for Christ's sakes. You know, the first murderer, exactly. Son of Adam. No, but again, that'd be too obvious, and I'm pretty sure they'll want to make Cain into a sympathetic asshole.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, it's more annoying than anything. And again, I'm not even that much of a religious person, but even I know the basics. Yeah, it's just obnoxious. Funnily enough,
it just
I think...
feels like a project made out of spite by someone who grew up with, like, she was just angry she grew up with, like, Christian parents or something. That's what it feels like.
And like Jumha.
Yeah.
Yeah, same basic thing. I think that's basically it. And again, I don't make ad hominem attacks towards Vizzy because frankly I don't know the woman and I don't care to know her. And I'm not saying that in like a very typical, oh my god, I like you but I don't, you know, that typical bullshit. It's more of a case of like, I've got nothing against her because I've never fucking met the woman, but at the same time I don't care to meet her. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's just the world loves to remind me she exists and her shit exists. It's like, oh, for God's sakes. But, hey, what you gonna do? Point is, or the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to this sort of thing, you can tell that this is a project, again, it is a project she wanted to do for a while, but never refined it, never redid it. If she did refine it, the refinements were only ever to the designs and never to the rest of the setting. Even towards the end of everything, when it was just trying to get finalized, you could even tell that there was still so much that had to be changed and done and everything. And again, there wasn't any sort of like attempt, for lack of a better term, to make it better.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Again, this is why I keep saying to people, it's like, your first draft is never going to be perfect, but at the same time, you shouldn't just leave it at that and never try to improve. You should always go back, refine your craft, do something, change it if you have to, make alterations and adjustments if necessary. You know, your first draft should not just be, oh, that's it. Because it's never going to turn out right, and you will always inevitably wind up having to go back to the drawing board. But again, in her case and in terms of everything, that's basically what it is. Now she's kind of stuck with it all, frankly.
Yep.
Yes. Also, I think I finally understand why these people always identify with demons. And I think it's not only just because of the whole, hatred of their existence. I also think it's because when it comes to things that are angelic, it's an impossible standard to reach. A holy thing is holy for excuse me, sorry, for obvious reasons. And so I think that because they don't believe that they can achieve this sort of like perfection in quotations, that's why they side with demons, because they're imperfect, they're monstrous, yada yada yada. Therefore, I should be like that, essentially.
I also think it's because they think that Satan was some quirky gay guy, but he really wasn't.
He was an egotist that got kicked out of heaven because he's led a rebellion against God. That's it. That's why they idolize him, because he's just like me for real. I'm like, no, don't side with this.
I mean, it's like the communism shit they support. It's like, you're just gonna be put to the wall when all's said and done. It's like, but I supported you guys! What's going on? That's what's gonna happen. That's what always happens in revolutions, and it'd be the same with fucking Satan. It's like, oh, I'm in hell now. Satan, I support you. It's like, oh, I don't give a shit. Burn in lava. Ah! That's what would happen.
Yeah, basically. But again, they don't understand that, and they think, oh, it'll be fine, it'll be perfect. It's like, no, it's not. I think my favorite meme is when the Has-Been Hotel fan winds up in hell and asks where the Spider femboys are, and Satan just gives them a smile like, hey.
And that's the other thing. It's like they talk about how much they hate religion, but then they act like they know more about religion than you do. It's like, yeah, you tell me you hate this fucking shit, and now you're acting like, oh, I know everything about it, when you misinterpret every small thing to use it against people who are like that. It's like, I don't know, I just find it hypocritical.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's no two ways about it. I think the worst of it would probably have to be well, actually I'm trying to think of that a little bit more. The general, again, it's the general things like this, and frankly, I'm just so tired of it. Ironically, I mentioned that whole bit of where the Spider Femboy bit, and that just kind of reminds me of a scene from the live-action Spawn movie, where, I kid you not, it's a brief moment in the film where the protagonist, Al, digs up his own corpse, because he's been brought back from hell. And at the same time, when he's having this existential crisis, there's a bunch of teenage Satanists off in the corner, basically just trying to summon the devil because, stupid kids. And there's this brief moment where one of them goes over to the pair, looks at the clown, and says, wow, did Satan send you? And I kid you not, the Violator just looks up and goes, why does God hog all the good followers and we get all the retards? And it's like, yeah, no, that is a good point. Why is that the case? But it's kind of funny, because then later Spawn gets his armor, and again, Violator's trying to do this whole sales pitch to the Satanists, just looking at this horror unfold, and says, yes, ladies and gentlemen, necroplasmic armor, and this beautiful set can be yours too for the low price of your soul and an assload of pain. they just fucking book it, and he's like, oh god, he just goes, Satanists are so fucking hard to find these days. It's a wonderful little film. Wasn't great, but it was fun. I'm gonna be frank, and again, I still love the comics as well, because it's literally just saying, yeah, fuck this shit, have fun, go nuts. This is, I kid you not, you know how these wokies always do the same thing where it's like, oh, God's evil, yada 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 bullshit?
Yeah.
The Spawn comics actually did this before, and extremely well. Basically, it leads into the idea that in the beginning there was the universe, and the universe gave birth to two powerful beings, God and the devil. But they hate each other. They're both awful little things, and they've been just fighting at each other's throats since the creation of time. And they just keep trying to one-up each other. It's literally like the world's worst sibling rivalry. And one of the things that the comics do extremely well is that at some point, all the archdemons and all the archangels came together. They cast their souls down into Earth to always be reincarnated and always be stuck in mortal vessels, never being able to realize who they are, what their purpose are. And this has left the power vacuum, which led the demons and the angels to basically fight each other, unironically continuing the conflict for more selfish reasons. But because of an ancient prophecy, which would speak of the arrival of the Hellspawn that would usher in the end of the world, Heaven is now panicked by this. And one of the things that the comic does extremely well is that Heaven will seek out souls down on their luck or even monsters and offer them a chance at redemption if they do something horrible for them. And one of these moments actually comes in one of the comics, which was also animated well in the HBO series, which unfortunately got cancelled before it could finish. I'm still fucking mad about that. But basically, Spawn encounters this vampire. And by the way, she is completely different from the stereotypical vampire. Yes, she drinks blood, but she does it in the most metal way possible. She comes to New York during the winter, and what she actually does is she'll slice someone's throat out, let them bleed into the snow, and then when the snow, because it's so cold, once it freezes, she just scoops it up and eats it like a treat, basically. Even when she's pretending to be innocent and lures Spawn into the church, what winds up following her is this pimp who basically just wants to use and abuse her. He actually even like scratches her face and says like, now nobody will want you, but I can find a use for you. Then it just leads her to be like, oh, please don't hurt me, and then she just absolutely butchers the fucker on the spot. And when Spawn and her actually have a conversation, she reveals how much of a predator she really is. She's clawing his throat out, doing awful things. Like he thinks she's working for hell.
What's her face? More.
Yeah, basically same basic concept, but she's using her aspect as a woman as a weapon on purpose because she's been able to do this for centuries. And Spawn naturally assumes that she's from hell, and she says, "Think the other side." And he's horrified by this, and even says, when she traps him in a tomb, he says, "You're working for them." He gets locked in, and even screams, "What kind of heaven sends a monster like you?" And she just responds, "Heaven wants to win, Spawn. There's no good or bad anymore." And it's a wonderful little like description because it really shows how far both sides are falling. Where one is full of demons, but when the opposition is willing to send creatures like her out there, where's the difference? That's the point. These comics did it extremely well, and again, for as many of these comics as there are, it is worth the read, and it's something that is both tragic and well done. The concept of kind of letting go once you're dead, moving on with your life, trying to kind of piece things back together, especially when the dead are the dead, that sort of thing. Like I said, it's a well done comic. It's something I highly recommend almost anyone to read. Hell, I'd even recommend you to just check out a few of the pages and kind of get an idea for it. But this is how you do Heaven is evil just as much as hell is without it being overt. But again, these people don't understand this.
What happens to this vampire person? How does Spawn get out of this?
So he is able to use his strength to get out of the tomb. But the problem is that while she stays in the shadows and in the darkness, he can't get a beat on her. And one of Spawn's main weaknesses is that while he can regenerate from almost any wound, anything that will decapitate him will keep him dead permanently. So his neck is already torn open and it's at risk of falling. So he can't risk the idea of her striking when he can't see her. So during the fight, he realizes that the sun has come up and she's hiding in one of the rafters above. So as soon as she goes, he waits till the last moment, throws a piece of rebarb through the window behind her, the glass shatters, and bathes her in sunlight. She immediately starts burning, he sidesteps her, and she falls into the tomb where the priest of this place used to be, who she was sleeping with at the time, and they both just go up in smoke. He lives, but he's kind of shaken by the fact that, again, Heaven would send something like this to try and kill him.
Oh my.
Yeah. Again, Spawn is...
So was the priest
he's strong,
a vampire
he's capable.
Too?
No. The priest was there many years ago, and she seduced him. Then she killed him and buried his body underneath the main foyer. And she's been sleeping in that tomb every so often, and she cuddles up with the bones because she did care for the guy to some degree.
Well, now she gets the bees and the bones too, in hell.
Basically, just burn, baby, burn. But like I said, Spawn's capabilities are very unique. Again, he can regenerate from almost any wound. He has a mastery of firearms. But his main weapons are basically his cape, which is a living thing. It gives him the ability to fly and actually change his appearance by wrapping himself up in it. And a set of chains that he can eject from the darkness to chain up victims and keep them suspended or even break them if he wants to. But his main thing is that he's an extremely intelligent man who can think things out and basically pre-plan. In the animated series, he got to fight a few villains before it was cancelled, including the cyborg Overkill, which was one hell of a bastard, I won't lie. Basically, just an absolutely sadistic killer who just didn't care for life whatsoever. Even when he gets to encounter Spawn, and by the way, this is the first time that Spawn is kind of brought back from hell. The cyborg is unimpressed, and Overkill even says please tell me it's somebody else who's been killing Fat Tony's men, and not some bastard in some faggy outfit.
Oh my god.
Yes. And as soon as he makes the mistake of picking up Spawn just grabs a piece of metal and shoves it into his mechanical eye, causing him to retreat, and then shortly later, he tracks him down to the place where he's getting himself fixed up. We don't see what happens, but we then cut to Fat Tony, the guy who's been the mobster, and he thinks Overkill's run out on him, so he's I want to know where he is. And as soon as they open the door to his limo, gore, bones, and mechanical components fall out, and you see Overkill's mangled head plop onto everything else, and he even says, "Son of a bitch," and Spawn's in the shadow just saying, "That he was." We don't see it, but it's whatever you did to him is just so fucked, but I love it. He even gets to take revenge on the guy who destroyed his life as well, a guy called Chapel. And I just love how he beats him. So basically in the comics, Chapel's the man who gets him killed. Turns out he was always the target to be assassinated. The guys are both mercenaries. And he used to be his friend, but Chapel betrays him on the orders of the guy who was hiring them for their contracts. And Chapel is a completely sadistic bastard. He liked to burn people. He would purposely cause pain and just say, "What's the matter? You gotta speak up if you want to be heard." And just generally enjoy killing people for the sake of it. During their encounter, Spawn is able to kind of look into the memories of people who are kind of connected to him, and is just so enraged with Chapel that he doesn't want to kill him, he wants him to suffer. So he connects his mind to Chapel's mind, and makes him relive the pain that he went through, what happened. He makes him remember their missions, and Chapel's just horrified and just says, "Oh my god, Al." He's broken. He's mentally just damaged by this, because at this point he's never known that someone could come back. And Spawn just keeps mentally attacking him, forcing him to relive his worst missions, what they've done, things of that nature. And to the point where Chapel was just so broken that he backs away from him, actually grabs his gun and tries to shoot his own head off. He can't because it's out of bullets. And he's just begging him and says, "Please, just kill me to finish it." And Spawn famously just says, "No, I'm gonna let you live longer than you want to." And just throws him out into the street. The last we see of Chapel is just in the insane asylum screaming his head off, just constantly saying, "They're all coming back. I've killed them, but they're all coming back." That's how you really break someone, in my personal opinion. Someone like Chapel would never would have wanted to die, and just denying him this and giving him that horrifying revelation of, yeah, people can come back from the dead, just really cements the idea that you are fucked completely. Again, that's how you do it, people. But again, neither here nor there. The series unfortunately did get cancelled. The HBO adaptation, the comics have continued since then. They're trying to do something with it. That said, because Spawn is independent in terms of the comic, He has crossed over with a few characters before, including
He
Invincible, which
crossovered with
canonically.
Halo.
Yeah.
There's a Halo Spartan, like a EVA Spartan that was like Spawn. It's like a thing you can get.
No, absolutely. He's done that with Halo. He's also like canonically he's been in Invincible, and he's been. There was a variant of like Mark who fought with him and quote unquote killed him, only for Spawn to basically incinerate him from the inside out, and things of that nature. Famously as well, because Ian. Oh, sorry, not Ian. What's his face?
Dave Filoni? Or Ken
Penders. Sorry,
Penders.
Yeah, Ken Penders. Penders famously wanted to get into Arrowhead Comics, which at the time was doing a lot of these crossovers, including working with McFarlane Comics, and famously got Sonic involved in the Spawn universe for, I think, 2 pages. And I think Spawn basically told the rodent to leave. This world isn't for him. Like, flat out telling him, like, you better leave. You're going to see some things you don't want to remember. So, you know, that was it, basically. But there was a bad nick that was basically just Spawn, but as a lawnmower. I think it was like the Spawn mower. It's kind of like an Easter egg, basically. It's like, Vice Penders, can you stop?
Of course, he got stuck. Honestly, Penders is like a lot of game journalists where he got stuck doing Sonic instead of, he wanted to do DC. He wanted to do superheroes.
Oh yeah, he wanted to do a comic called The Lost Ones that famously only ever had 1 page or 1 comic done before being cancelled because it was an X-Men ripoff. Even though he claims like, oh, there was more comics being made, but shake up in upper management. It's like, Ken.
Shake up in upper management. It's always the excuse.
Yeah, it's like, Ken, that didn't happen. Your publishers didn't want to risk running afoul of Marvel and getting sued. That's what it was. But again, he'll claim otherwise. He'll say like, oh no, it was this, it was that. It's like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Again, because he's stupid, you see. But yeah. But for the most part, Spawn has been around for a bit. It's been, again, like I said, a series that's been on and off. Right now, they're trying to move away from Al Simmons and leaning into other characters, such as different types. And that's another thing as well. While there is only one Spawn who's Al Simmons, there are other Spawns that have been in existence in history. Within the setting itself, I should say. And so right now they're trying to get people invested with another Spawn, which is known as the Gunslinger Spawn, which, his story was kind of like the more unusual and fucked up kind of story, but again, it was what it was basically at the time. That one, or this character, has just been kind of questionable. A lot of people don't like it because they're trying to reinvent the character into like a more modern version because he's in the modern times. So it's like, ugh, don't start this. Yeah. Like I said, it's not. Basically, ironically, again, this is still run by McFarlane, and so he has the final say on a lot of it. So as far as this has been shown. There are some plans to at least try to have him work better, but again, it's not been an easy process, we'll say.
Yeah.
So, it be what it be, it do be what it do be, and we kind of have to put up with it because people are dumb.
You have to put up with it because McFarlane can't make good FNAF toys. They're all fucking shit. Thing. They were so fucking shit. I thank God Scott got another company to make toys for FNAF because it's like their action figures are so fucking bad. They had so many fucking issues, and it was like could have gotten so much more fucking characters now, but all they make are reskins and remolds. It's fucking bullshit.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is a problem more with McFarlane himself and his view on
He was like,
these sorts
"Oh,
of things, because he believed
we can't make fucking scary characters, so we can't have the Wyvern animatronics, even though we put them on the fucking branding of all of our fucking things." Like, so
that's not even accurate. I'll say like it's not accurate, but I'll say that in the sense of like what they just said, like, oh, we can't make scary characters, because they absolutely have. McFarlane Toys is infamous for giving life to their more disturbing creations. Like, there was this Alice in Wonderland concept I remember many years ago. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on, bear with me 1 itty bitty second. Let's see here. Yeah, that's it, Alice in Wonderland, and... No, that's the wrong Alice in Wonderland. It was... That's it, the Twisted Land of Oz, that's what it's called. So the Twisted Land of Oz was this short story series, basically, with accompanying figures. And the idea for the Twisted Land of Oz was a reimagining of the what's it called? The Wizard of Oz storyline, right? And what caused this to all happen is that that version of Alice basically got her hands on a red corset that transports her to this version of Oz, and so she's interested in like, oh, well, see this, we'll do that, yada yada yada. And then during that process, she finds the typical characters, all that shit, yada yada yada. And then eventually she reaches the Emerald City, and then she meets with the wizard. But the wizard is completely different. He's described as like having a weird outfit, a gas mask, weird spiral horns jutting out from the back of his head, and having an assistant that injects him with some weird chemical compound. And essentially, he explains to them that this land isn't what it seems, that all the characters were brought here because of their awful sins they've committed in the past, and that they need to either accept it and live what they are or not. And eventually they kind of accept that, and then we see the real horror behind it, where apparently the Cowardly Lion was some sort of warrior from the conquistador days, and his cowardice led to his men dying, so he's now depicted as a lion that's been impaled by 100 different swords, constantly carrying his own intestines in his hands, things like that. The Scarecrow's lack of intelligence led him to do awful things, so he's been hung up by woods and shit, and basically by crows. And the Tin Man was some sort of twisted doctor who just liked to replace pieces with machines, and just a whole lot of basic shit. Again, I'm not going to show any of this, because it is horrifying, and can scar someone for life. God knows I've been scarred by it.
Sensitive to that type of shit.
Yeah, but it was... When McFarlane Toys says we don't want to make something scary or horrifying, that is a bold-faced lie. They have done scary and horrifying before, in disturbing detail. But it's more of a problem with McFarlane himself, and it's simply because when it comes to McFarlane, he believes that a toy should just be like little statues. You just pose once and just leave them alone. That's why the articulation for almost all of the toys he's ever created have always been just kind of just bland, to say the least. And like, it's a cool decoration piece, don't get me wrong, but it's like, as far as like an actual toy to use, nah. And again, this was before the age of proper whatchamacallit, figurines that people would get nowadays,
Yeah.
Again, it's a lot of bullshit, and again, I'm not really, like, as much as I appreciate McFarlane for what he's done and the fact that he's rarely, if ever, compromised when it comes to his comics, it is still a case of, like, he can be just so much of an idiot sometimes it's not even funny. Again, I mean that with the most genuine sense of, like, reverie I can.
Of course.
But, as my grandmother would often say, When you want to be an idiot, there's no one who can stop you. Which is more applicable to the people like Misby.
I mean, there is nothing stopping them from,
True. So very true. But it is what it is, and yeah, I mean, nobody could stop Ken from doing his stupid shit, and look what happened.
Yeah. I wonder what he's doing nowadays. I mean, I heard I remember last we checked on him, he wasn't coping well with Trump winning. He left Twitter and then came back.
Of course, let's see. We'll check his website. Let's see what's up. By the way, I went to put in website, and when I put W, it said weird art as the first thing. So it's like, aha! Even people don't look you up. Yes. Let's see. Okay, merge, bullshit. Send Ken an email, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go, menu. I wonder what this is. Oh, this is nothing. June 2025. Here we go. Hold on. Sorry, I'm reading this. So he's still okay. So here we go. Okay, so according to him, he's apparently God. So he's going on a tirade of visiting his son and his grandchildren, which he even admits he's neglected quite a bit.
You neglected them by fucking trying to take away your video games. That's what they did.
Yes, because he's an idiot. And this entire post of him like basically being like, "Hey, I went to visit my son," is now changed to, "Let me use this trauma dump about my own father and my own issues."
Yep.
Like, what was it? Let me see here. Yeah, now he's even going on how like, "Oh, I've been told by years how bad Locke was as a father." John was like, "No shit, you based him off of a bastard. What do you expect?" God, and now he's apparently still pushing forward for the Knuckles Omnibus, which is basically a compendium of other comics and shit. And yes.
Why? You don't own Knuckles,
Let me see here.
Ken?
So again, it's one of those problems where, as part of a legality, so long as he reprints stories he was involved when, it's legal, in quotations. But at the same time, he can't do that if other people's stories are involved. So he's been desperately trying to get other creators who worked on these other stories to join him, and it's been one hell of a problem, to say the least. Unbelievable. So he's still pushing forward with the omnibus. He's trying to get other people to join it. Apparently he's now making pre-orders live, even though there's no progress on what's happening.
Pre-orders! Oh man, I'm so excited to order the next Ken Penders pile of shit. Oh my! I needed a new toilet paper roll anyways.
That's all he's worth. Sorry. It's funny cause reason. Yeah, fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sick of Ken and his constant bullshit of just. Ugh.
Well, he doesn't have any power now. It's like he's just a fucking. He's a loser trying to relive his glory days. Like fucking. You know.
Oh,
he makes nothing of value now. He has no fucking say in anything. Like, what the fuck does he do? Nothing.
He exists. That's it. That's all it is. And that's all he'll ever really achieve. It's like, how do I put it? It's like being famous for. I'm trying to think. Again, it's like being famous for being a clown with your cock out. You're famous for all the wrong reasons, and trying to make it into a career is never going to, be a thing. I wish he would understand that, but again, he's too much of a narcissist to realize it.
Yeah.
Again, because if he... And I've said this about many people in the past, and I think it bears repeating here. If Ken came to terms with the simple fact that he is a failure, that everything he's accomplished has been, has been the equivalent of a long, drawn-out fart in the wind, I think it would flat out destroy him. I think it would shatter who he is as a person. And I think that simple fact alone is terrifying him to just keep pushing forward and doing all this stupid shit. I think he's just clinging to relevance when, again, the rest of the Sonic community has long since abandoned him. He's desperately also trying to just cling on to...
He's the most hated person in the Sonic community by far, I would say. Like, everyone hates him because they, a lot of people see him as the reason their favorite characters won't return to Sonic.
Oh, absolutely. But again, he doesn't see it that way. To him, to Ken, it's like, but I did this, I did that, I did everything successfully, blah 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 blah.
I did everything
the
right,
typical.
Nothing wrong.
Yes. Yeah. When in reality, it's like you did nothing correct, you did everything wrong. You're a fucking idiot. But again, he can't live like that. He can't accept that as the truth, and so because of it, he desperately wants to rewrite history. And claim that, I was this, or I was that. That's why he keeps sticking his stupid fucking nose and shit where it doesn't belong. Because he knows if he's no longer the shit kicker that causes shit, people will just abandon him in droves. And that's the one thing he has to cling on to. It's kind of like, what's it called? It's like those people who tried to start the Gamergate shit and everything. It's that they know that as soon as their relevancy expires, that's it. They're screwed.
That whole fucking Sweet Baby Inc. thing, they completely, that was all self-inflicted, that whole thing. It's like, oh my, let's go destroy this guy's whole entire Steam page. Oh no, everyone knows about this thing and he kicked off Gamergate too. And now you have, these people make their own fucking worst nightmares all the time.
Oh, absolutely. They are their own worst enemy, and it's equal parts sad and hilarious to see. Because it's like, this is, again, it's like the equivalent of basically sticking a, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the right word here. Like sticking a...
I think it's sticking like a pipe in your bike tire or something like that.
Yes, and then flipping over and then blaming whoever, like someone else instead of your own stupidity. It's like, nobody did this for you.
Like, they're complaining about the fact that men don't want to vote, Democrat anymore. It's like, you guys went into our fucking video games and they removed our hot babes, alright? You created this demographic of men who don't want to vote for you. It's your fault. You went after us and made us your public enemy number one. Like, you blame us for all the world's problems, like they're the fucking Jews, and, like the Aryans. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, it's their own
There's
fault.
Yeah. Like, again, it's, like you said, it's the equivalent of the same thing. It's trying to start problems with people, and they're being surprised when people say, no, I'm not gonna rise to the bait, I'm going to let it be,
Yeah.
Again, they can't accept that, and again, when it comes to Ken Penders, he desperately wants to be relevant again. And again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's a corpse that doesn't realize it is no longer relevant, or it's like a corpse that hasn't realized it's died, and it's dying, To him, it's all, but I can still pull this out, I can still do this, I can still get out of the tailspin I put myself in. I just have to focus on this. I have to do the Laura Sue Chronicles. I have to do that. I have to do this.
Laura Sue, more like Mary Sue.
Yes, Ken, but yes. But the simple problem is that that's not going to change anything. He's built this reputation of being a shit kicker, And now he's horrified by it, and he wants, what's it called? He wants to be viewed as the success. He wants to be viewed as the champion of this, of that, and it's like, no, Ken, it's over. Any goodwill that people were willing to give you in the past is so fundamentally squandered and gone that there's no chance of people ever not only trusting you, but ever fighting for you ever again. And he doesn't see that. He can't. And again, it's all self-inflicted. He spent years going after the fans. He spent years causing things. And again, the worst of it, the worst of this entire drama was him causing it with people, doing the lawsuits, causing every little thing, basically. And it just shows.
Yeah.
I just wish that one day he would have a come to Jesus moment and realize, my God, everyone hates me. You know, and then maybe then he'll become a better person, but we both know that's not the case. He's such an ego monster that he'll just keep going. Even on his deathbed, surrounded by everyone, he will still claim, I was right, I did this, my legacy is secured, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
And that's the sad thing about it, you know? It's like, there's an expression that I think would best sum up Ken Penders. He is rich in only but enemies.
Yeah.
There's no, like, his shit, his shit kicking with the Sonic franchise, especially with the films, that did not buy him any favors. Him constantly trying to say, like, oh, I'm going to sue Paramount for this, because, again, I love the fact that he didn't give a shit about the films until it started to become about Knuckles, because he has this fucking weird parasocial relationship with the fucking Echidna, and I don't understand why.
Just autistic obsession, I guess.
Yeah. I guess that'd be the best way to put it. It's that he's obsessed with Knuckles, and he believes he owns the character, when in reality it's like, no, you don't. You fucking idiot. You're not related to Knuckles in any way, shape, or form. You're not his creator. That's this Japanese man over here. You've done more to damage his reputation in the eyes of every fan. Congratulations with that. And you'll only be remembered for doing, like, the most dumbass things humanly possible. And your, again, weird obsession with this Echidna has been duly documented, almost at every possible turn. And again, he will not accept that, or he will not see the follies of his ways. Because to him, it's all, no, you don't understand, it's this. It's like, what's his name? There's this Cartoon Network creator, I forget his name. Oh god, the best way I can describe it is that he looks like a pedophile. Like, legitimately, holy shit, greasy motherfucker.
He looks like Ken Penders.
Trying to remember. Yes, basically. I'm just trying to remember his name. God, this is going to be so obnoxious. Bear with me a second. Let me Google his creation, and then I'll tell you. Bear with me. Here we go. His name was, Kyle A. Carrozza. So if you don't know, basically Kyle is, what's the most polite way of putting it? He's like an alternate reality version of Ken Penders, but less successful. That's the best way I could put it. The reason why I bring up Mr. Carosa is because, well, basically, how do I put it? He was found to have child pornography on his, his computer.
Who could have seen that coming?
Yes, exactly. And I bring this guy up because, just like Ken, he was obsessed with, how do I put it? He was obsessed with cementing his legacy in the cartoon industry. And every time he tried, he would just keep trying to create these pilots for things that people didn't care about. And it was always the same shtick. Smart character works with dumb character to go on adventures to find MacGuffins because reasons. And it was the same thing over and over again. The only way he managed to succeed... So, his pilots were... I'm trying to think of it. Bear with me a second. Oh god. His creations were... What was it? Oh, bear with me a second. So one of them was like called... I'm not joking. Again, keep in mind these are supposed to be for kids' cartoons. Moobeard the Cow Pirate, which entire gag was a mini cow with long sleeves that basically could retract and pull out like God knows what, and a chicken assistant / first mate. Then there was the other one was anthropomorphic food, which was called Ground Keith and Miss Citrus. A whole gag about food with that one. Yeah, exactly. And the producers all said the same thing. These were all basically very derivative and very basic story concepts or ideas that people just looked at and said, yeah, no, this isn't interesting. And he was infamous for saying, this is the one. And he would just keep creating these like useless fucking cartoon concepts over and over and over again in the desperate attempt to basically be relevant or finally have his SpongeBob or his fucking Sonic or, literally anything like that. And he finally landed on something, which ironically is what put him on the radar of the FBI in the first place. He created this little show called, Mighty Magiswords, and managed to get the show greenlit simply because he was able to integrate a sort of flash animation AI style cartoon and and get the Cartoon Network's mobile app integrated into it. And because of that, that's what the show got greenlit. And the entire gimmick is, it's two siblings who are adventurers, go on adventures to find swords that have unique properties and abilities. For example, one could you use it and it could like shoot tomatoes out of it, or one's actually an accordion. And it's like, oh my god. Like, I get the premise. It is very 90s, but it is also very shit.
Sounds boring.
Oh, absolutely. And even Cartoon Network didn't like it, so... But they were locked into a contract where they had to, basically do the seasons and shit like that. So they basically found a way to, like, minimize it by essentially making it so the seasons were constantly, like, super short and basic shit like that. And just generally, they found ways to, like, limit Carosa's abilities quite a bit. And sure enough, that's what it was. And then it was later found that his computer had actual child pornography on it, so he got arrested. And the show was immediately pulled off of Cartoon Network completely. But in a lot of ways, he is basically the Cartoon Network version of Ken Penders.
Yeah.
And it just shows that this is the Rock goes deep, and for good reason. It's what I mean. It's that it is a sorry, someone's asking me something. Bear with me.
It's okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm just asking them something else. But yeah, it's what I mean. Is that we don't need to go far to see a replication of Ken Penders and what would eventually happen. Again, I am firmly convinced Ken has a lot of suspicious stuff, and again, I've shown you the image of naked Knuckles, his wife, and his kid out in the world based on his comic. He can claim that, oh, I'm misinterpreting it, but he's the one who drew child ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, don't you start saying, oh, this was wholesome and innocent. Bull fucking shit, Ken. They question you. They question you in everything you do. For a good reason.
Well, it's just like...
Whatever. Point is...
It just wouldn't be
I'm just so
shocking if
angry
we
with
found
him.
out about that Ken Penders.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. He dresses like a pedophile anyways. I would pay good money to be at the trial when Ken is indicted for it, and I'll be just like, hi Ken, hi, just smiling from the fucking stands, being like, hi, how you doing? How you doing, piece of shit? I mean, that's the same thing I would want to do with the whole Johnny Somali case, and seeing that play out from the bleachers, like, hi, fuck you, hi.
What are the updates on that? You know anything that is?
He's trying to hide evidence and intimidate witnesses, which they're not letting go. It's still ongoing, but there's people are speculating that he may have an opportunity to escape if he's successful in destroying the evidence and intimidating the witnesses. But thankfully, Legal Mindset is on his ass. It's keeping the Korean authorities in touch about what he's doing.
Good.
So it's going well, and apparently even Hank might get in trouble because he could be considered an accessory to crime. So I'm for it.
Oh, he is an accessory.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm convinced they're just fucking. Like, legitimately, I think they're just fucking with each other. Like, literally just butt fucking in the corner somewhere. That's all it is. I don't know why anyone would want to get up with that. It's like, yes, the homos.
Yeah, I hate
just,
Johnny
again,
Somali so much. Like, he's just like... He's just a piece
Everybody
of shit.
does.
Like, he just wants to fucking cause trouble for people,
Yeah, absolutely. That's his whole shtick, is that, like, what I love about this is that his whole, oh, I'm gonna go to Korea and cause problems, like, this whole thing has failed completely. He's been kicked off of Kick, and they're not letting him back on because he brings too much bad publicity to the platform. He's been removed from Twitch, and apparently his YouTube's been banned as well. So he's literally making no money out of this, and he speed ran his life to disaster for nothing. That's saying something.
Yeah.
I just find it absolutely hilarious because it's like there are things in life that are worth it. Causing shit in another country is clearly not, and he's paying for it beyond the shadow of a doubt. It's just, again, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. He's ruined his life while ruining his life.
Always good to hear.
Ironically enough, like,
Somali thing.
oh, apparently even his family hates him, which I find absolutely hilarious.
I think they did.
If you didn't know, yes, they did. His father actually specifically said he shouldn't have children.
Holy
It's like,
shit.
wow, yeah, like, and he said it too. It's like, my family disowned me, blah 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 blah, and it's like, there's just some things you don't say for obvious
Like,
reasons.
he didn't have
And
to
one of-
admit to that.
Yeah, but he did. Because, as we've long since established, Johnny is what I like to call mentally retarded. It's just, like, there's a point where you just reach a critical mass of stupid, and then when that happens, you just kind of sit there and go like, Yeah, no, that's a thing. That's what happened. That is how the cookie crumbles. Ironically, his quote unquote fans have also ridiculed him because of it. One of my favorite little insults they give him is, excuse me, Johnny Vasectomy, and he hates that one so much. It's like, no, you really should. You should not procreate because you are a burden to society and everything that society has made for you.
Yeah.
And to kind of use a quote from the Avengers film, specifically Ultron, I'm not physically capable of throwing up, but if I could throw up in my mouth. But yeah, it's a special, like I said, it is a special kind of stupid when, like, not even your father, but the person who sired you into this world, has nothing good to say about you.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, you know, like what do you say after that? You know, like what is there to be said after your like father literally just says you should, in no uncertain terms, like you should commit genetic suicide.
Yeah. It's not like he's gonna get with anyone. Like, I doubt he's gonna procreate. It's like, he's too much of a fucking loose cannon, unless he, like, bangs a prostitute or something like that. But, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. As far as I understand it, he's, like, literally no woman. Like, he claims, like, oh, I've had sex with so many... Oh, I don't know what kind of voice I give him.
Well, he paid women to have sex with him. What an achievement. You're such a fucking winner, you know? I don't know, I don't like people that brag about how much sex they have. It's like, wow, you've had the risk, you've committed so much fucking, degeneracy. Wow, you're so fucking cool. You know?
Oh, absolutely, but it's even worse than that because... Yeah,
it's just in my generation, they value sex so much, like, oh, it's so fucking valuable. It's like, come the fuck on. And I get it, it's because most people don't fucking date anymore, but, like, still...
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, but it's still comical to see. But I don't know. And like he claims that he's having sex with women, but as far as some inner circles have said, it's like women actually absolutely do not want to fuck with him. And it's like that's bad.
Well, it's
like not even the few.
Like even the prostitutes don't want to fuck him for all this money. You know?
Yeah, because it's. Well, again, it's a combination of factors, mostly because when it comes to like the Asian countries, they really do not like black people or anything like that, and they're just super racist against that.
Yeah, fucking Disney having
but,
to censor
you know, even then,
their movies, the fucking posters.
Or the fact that they thanked a concentration camp location for filming the most recent film. Yeah, that's the thing, Disney. We're not letting that go.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, it's just five kinds of wrong, but hey, this is the beast they wanted, so you know, whatever. Oh god, sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just having a little bit of, like, something with my throat going on, but I'll be fine. Anyway, but yeah, it's not surprising in the slightest. Because again, when it comes to someone like Johnny, I don't even blame them for not wanting to fuck him. It's like, have you seen the issues he's causing? Have you seen the destruction he's bringing?
Well, because he puts his cock in Hank's asshole, which I don't like saying that because my dog is named Hank, so, you know. He's like, it's like he probably has a bunch of it. He has AIDS. Probably. You know?
Maybe. Well, we don't know. He claims he has AIDS, but it's not clear if he does or doesn't. It's one of those, like, Schrodinger's AIDS box.
Schrodinger's AIDS. Oh god.
Yep, pretty much.
This one where
It's
you
still
just-
comical, though. It's still comical, though. It's still to kind of see. Still, like I said, he's just 5 crimes as stupid, and again, he's really fucked his life up, like beyond words. And again, I'm of the opinion that I would love nothing more than to see Johnny pay for everything he's caused, and then some. Simply because I find him absolutely just awful, and I would love nothing more than to, again, see him suffer eternally. Oh, but Rev, you shouldn't say that. That's not, good. That's not kosher. That's not whatever. It's like, fuck this guy. Like, legitimately, fuck this guy.
He deserves no sympathy. He deserves everything that's coming to him.
Oh, absolutely.
It reminds
He deserves
me
to be
of,
butt
like-
fucked in prison.
Well, at least he doesn't try to claim to be the victim. He actually admits how fucking evil he is. So it makes it easier for us. Kind of like what my ex did.
Absolutely.
It's like,
Mhm.
thank you for actually being a fucking piece of shit. Thanks for taking the mask off so we can make this go faster.
Thank you for being honest with how awful you are as a human being.
Yeah. Makes things go much faster. Much more simple to deal with.
Absolutely. But it is what it is. And like I said, frankly, I'm not too banged up about Johnny and his future of being butt fucked in prison. Because let's be frank, he is not going to last in prison. He's going to be someone's bitch, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm just curious of how that's gonna all play out. I
What,
don't know,
the fact that
I
he'll
was
be in
told
prison?
that other prisons don't have the same culture as the US, that the prison bitch thing is a US phenomenon.
It kind of is. It depends on where you go specifically. I know that when it comes to more Asian-focused prisons, it is very much what's the word? It's more on the I'm trying to think of the right word. Organized side of things, where you can expect some basic normalcy to some degree, but for the most part, you can expect like some brutality here and there and things like that. I know that Japanese prisons are very orderly, and they're very strict when it comes to like procedure, operation, things of that nature, basically. Let me think. Procedures, operation, just basic things like that, basically. And again, for good reason, mostly because when it comes to Japanese prisons, they expect you to be productive and things like that. When it comes to Korea, they have more of a... Well, the reason why they have such a high conviction rate is because Koreans need farmers, and farmers aren't really lining up the streets. People are leaving Korea and things like that. And things of that nature. So the farming and economic side of things is pretty bad in Korea. So a lot of times they'll try to convict people of crimes. So they'll go into the field and work the field, so they have farms and produce and things like that. And that's basically what Johnny's future is going to be, where he's going to be
A cabbage.
spending every day. Yes, actually. He will be forced to produce for the Korean people. Which, ironically, when you think about it, makes up for the fact that he was such an awful fucking bastard when it came to, like, everything. And that's saying something. Hold on.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Again, which is just kind of ironic when you consider it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm still messing around in Gary's mod, just making some minor alterations.
I'm not sure if Tails in Sonic 3 is supposed to get tired when flying, because I'm infinitely flying with no repercussions here.
It's a weird little program snafu. Sometimes he will get tired after flying for a bit, other times he won't. It mostly depends on certain conditions. That's basically the best I can put it.
Yeah, because I remember in Mania, he'd always be like that.
I think that'll do. But yeah, it's an odd little situation, and it really just boils down to how you proceed with the game. But again, it is based on a few other things. Oh, hold on, forgot to adjust that. Sorry, I'm just thinking on what I need to work on next. So I've done that. Oh, forgot I need to do something else as a gag. Hold on. So I need to adjust this. Sorry, there's a request a friend wanted me to do, so I need to work on that. Just a visual gag kind of comic where a character is up another character's ass, managed to get out, and just screams, "What year is it?" But yeah.
Oh!
Let me think. Another thought has always been like on my mind on and off for a few years now, and that is just simply how different things would have gone if 06 had been successful.
Yeah, the characters wouldn't have been so bastardized, probably.
I think it would really depend on how Sega would have taken it, because I think 06's main gimmick or main goal was to basically...
It was supposed to be a reboot, I think.
Yeah. The general idea is that this was supposed to be... what's the word? The general idea was supposed to be that... well, it wasn't just a reboot. The idea was that the characters, like how do I put it? The reboot was supposed to completely change how the setting would have been, meaning that all the games that had come prior would have been non-canon by it.
Yeah.
And that was the general idea, and that's where the whole reboot concept really came from. The main thing is that again, it didn't really go as planned, so it kind of doesn't really go anywhere. The problem is that because Sega still wants to use Silver, which was introduced in this game, despite what a certain person would have you believe, they really can't retcon 06 out of existence completely. So it exists in this weird nebulous void of what's it called? Weird nebulous void of it's canonical, but it's also not that canonical.
Yeah.
Like, the events sort of happened, but it didn't really happen. For the most basic concept, I should say. Which, again, is what happened with Mephiles as well, which I think is really one of the more sadder things about that whole thing. Because he's like Silver, he's out of time. But unlike Silver, where he can move freely within the timeline and not be restricted, he can't exist in any time. Period.
Yeah.
I think that's the most tragic thing about it, is that I think as much as we give the Shadow of the Hedgehog generations a little bit of flack, it is one of the things that I think addresses when it comes to Mephiles, is that he can't exist. And he wants to so fucking badly, and I legitimately feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Like that whole line is heart wrenching. I want to exist. Just horrifying.
Yeah. I feel bad for him because of it.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's one of those things where Mephiles was evil, but his justifications for being evil kind of made sense. He was part of a greater being, and the crime that greater being did was the crime of existing. Then it was ripped apart in the experiment and became what it is now. And he's lost and confused and doesn't know what he is. And the first time he's actually had a chance to exist, he gets imprisoned by somebody else and is forced to spend like 15 or so years later isolated in a single containment form for literal years until being freed again by the same being who put him in there.
Yeah.
And all he's ever known up until that point is just imprisonment and pain and entrapment. And yet, ironically, when he gets a chance, like the only time he's ever been whole was at the end of the world. And yet, ironically, he also gets removed from the world by the others. And now he exists as a prisoner of time.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a character in the game Legacy of Kain, a similar kind of premise for her. In the series, specifically, there is a woman called Ariel, and her whole shtick is that she's a balance guardian, and she was murdered, but because she's tethered to a place, she can never escape it. Ironically, she is forced to endure because the being that she has to wait to die can't die. And a detail I like about that is that when she's, when she is talking with a character, she says, like, we're both more than what we were. I, pure but incorporeal, and he, corrupted but real. And that's kind of the point with Mephiles. It's in the inverse. He's corrupted, but can't exist, period. Again, honestly, it's like, I think that's the worst existence to potentially have. The fact that you can't exist in anything. Again, your high crime was simply wanting to live in a world that couldn't tolerate your existence. But at the same time, it's like, he destroyed everything. Like, or tried to. So, how do you fix that?
Yeah.
What a poor bastard. I wonder if there should be a mod that kind of addresses that nature of Mephiles.
Could be done since Mephiles is just shadow, but purple and rocky, without enough.
Yeah. I mean, literally, you wouldn't need to, what's it called? You wouldn't need to really lip sync him that much. He would just basically be, what's the word?
I think all that happens is his, like, mouth moves, kind of like Optimus Prime's does.
Yeah, it's the same basic thing, where it's like the muzzle inflates and deflates, is kind of like showing that he's speaking, basically. I guess that would be the only real thing you would have to worry about, is that he would have to make the muzzle move that way to imply he's speaking. But for the most part, I think like doing a mod with Mephiles would be one of the easier things to really do, now that I think about it. Simply because he is such a basic shadow. Like, literally, there's nothing about him that stands out in terms of like too much of his design. It's literally just shadow but recolored without a mouth. I think the crystal form would, you'd probably have more of an issue with that, but I don't think you could. There would be much of a problem with that when you consider it, because it's like, hey, it's the same basic design, just slightly different.
Yeah.
Something to consider. Like, maybe I'll look into that, or talk with some people, see if they can do like I don't know, like maybe as a basic kind of mod. Maybe reach out to the Sonic Forces, what's it called? The team that did the Overclock, which I still think is so fucking good. Did you ever play Overclock by any chance?
No.
It's a good
Sonic
mod.
Forces on PC.
So I'm guessing as soon as you got it, you just said, fuck it, I'm done with this shit?
Well, I had it on my dad got it for me for my birthday on the fucking, because it came out on my, like, near my birthday. Actually, it came out on my birthday on November 2017. My dad got it. It's like a $40 game, you know, that's pretty cheap. But it's like, and I was surprised by that, but it's like, I remember just being so fucking bored with the game. It's like so I hated a lot of it. I hated a lot of it. Fuck's sakes! This stupid fucking... I hate... sorry.
You're good, don't worry.
No, I'm just playing Death Egg Act 2, and it's like, the fucking... It's impossible to keep your rings on this fucking zone. There's so much shit everywhere. It's like... Actually, I don't even know why I want Supersonic. I'll probably lose all my rings anyways by the time I get... Like, the boss on this zone is fucking retarded. It's like you have to do this whole gravity minigame. But as I was saying, Forces is like so fucking... I just hate everything about it.
It's just going forward.
It's so mediocre that it's like, it's fucking bad. And it's like, it put the Sonic story in such a bad place narratively, I think. It completely ruined one of the best, like, ideas people wanted for, like, a Sonic plot. They're just wasted on all this shit. For what?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, it's one of those problems where... How do I put it? When it comes to the plot in terms of Sonic Forces, I can see what the plan was, and the simple problem is that it's just like the...
The simple problem is they spent, like, 3 years concepting for the game instead of... They spent 1 year on development. That's the problem. And they just didn't give a shit. Like, they spent so much time making a concept, they didn't make the actual fucking game. So when push came to shove, oh shit, let's just reuse these Generations assets. People like Sonic Generations, right? Let's just fucking do that. It's like... It's so frustrating.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what I mean, is that when it comes to this game, story-wise, I get where the difficulty really comes in, and it's simply because it's just like the Dante Devil May Cry problem, where there's only so much you can do with the character, and it's more of a case of like, as soon as Dante's on the screen, you know, everything is just over. It's done. The bad guys are beaten, basically, and that's kind of the problem. And it's the same with Sonic. You know, once he's on screen, oh, look at that, all the tension's gone, because Sonic doesn't usually lose. And so that's kind of where this game has its issues, its problems, its major shortcomings at the end of the day.
They are like, oh, Sonic lost, it's so, like, bad. It's like, he fucking comes back so fucking quickly in the game, and he shows no fucking sign of, like, being tortured or anything like that. Like, it just didn't feel, it just felt, I don't know, and I think part of it, yeah, it's rushed, and part of it is probably the translation issues they had.
Oh, absolutely. And it like I said, it goes to show, like, a lot of these problems. Again, I've mentioned how there was a lot of the different kind of concepts, what was going on, the ideas for, like, what's it called? Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, like the idea for, like, the dinosaur, the dragon Mobians, exploring other parts of the world, like doing a Sonic Unleashed sort of game, actually fighting across different areas, witnessing the world, getting involved in different battle scenarios, like another globe-trotting adventure, and it just didn't make it. They just built these super quick stages and said, just add, you know, classic Sonic in this, add that, add everything. And, you know, don't bother. And that's the end result that we got. We got a mediocre Sonic game that plays like a half-rushed, half-finished, what's it called? Half-rushed, half-finished.
They have 30 zones in the game, and they're all, like, 4 of them are just, like, different level themes. It's the same fucking shit. Even the fucking mobile game, Sonic Forces Speed Battle, is now just Sonic PvP because the fucking Forces setting was that, like, fucking boring. That they just had to fucking do that shit.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what I mean. It's like it's all sorts of just generally bad ideas and concepts. And again, there were some good ideas, some interesting general thought behind like a lot of these concepts. But again, that's it. They were just concepts that never got anywhere. And that was the end of it, really. Again, it annoys me. And again, I'll give Ken this. He's tried to use the Force as a template to rebuild a sort of new Archie kind of world, and that's fine. But again, it's still stagnant, and because he's locked himself into that, he's not really doing too much. Again, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the IDW stuff. I think it's okay for what it is. But that's it. I think it's okay. There's not much else to it.
Yeah.
I think that's the worst of it, really. It's that it's fine. Like, at least to me, it's fine. It does what it sets out to do, and it doesn't try to overstay its welcome too much. But that's it. Again, it's not a crazy fucking like, oh my god, here's this, here's that. It's like, okay, there you go. You know?
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get a visual confirmation on something. There we go.
So I did manage to fucking get Super Tails, well, Hyper Tails, so I got the Flickies to just kill fucking this Death Egg robot here. Now I'm just stopping him from stealing the Master Emerald. There, the Tails run is complete now. I got that Master Emerald. Let's go. Now he's bringing back down to Earth. I wonder if I think Sonic's flying the plane. Yeah, he is. There he is.
Yeah, he does. Which I always liked that about the classic games. They gave you an excuse to like, what are these characters doing?
Well, the levels are very replayable too. It's like because you don't have all these different like events and the levels, you can easily just replay each one. And the more you replay it, the better. Like I'm getting much better at this game now because I memorized the level layout. So I know when to jump, when to do... Like, that's the point of playing the classic games. So I remember someone was, like, bitching about the classic games. I think it was, like, Chowmix, some YouTuber. He's like, oh, I don't replay them a lot because of the bullshit. It's like, the fucking bullshit, you overcome it by replaying it. How do you find the fucking adventure, like, 3D games more fun to replay? It's like, you find the same fucking cinematic event every fucking time you replay it. Like, that's... I don't know, it's too predictable. I like how... You can just pick this up and replay it all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
There we go.
It's something that, again, it shows its I'm trying to think of the right word here. Its legacy in a very good, well done way. And again, it's just something that you don't see very often in more modern games. And hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get something to work here. I have to be careful with how I pose this because it's all the bones are always so weird. Alright, now I need to do a little bit of face posing and that will take care of this. Okay, but yeah, the
Oh shit.
I'm trying to...
Quick, we must play before it's... Oh, fuck. Oh.
What?
My friend wants me to... I promised I'd play with him. Can we call back later?
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Alright, I'll see you later. I forgot I promised I'd play with him. Alright.
You're good. Don't worry.
I'll call you later in the night then.
Sure, you're good.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Mickey! Mickey?
Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah! Oh, Jordan.
I just completed a Tails run of Sonic 3, and I got the Hyper Flickies.
Hurry, we gotta play before it's too late.
What are we playing?
What are you playing? What the fuck?
I'm in Sonic Free. You want me to get into CD or something?
Sure, do it.
Okay. I just gotta fast forward to cutscenes because Tails is here. Sonic's flying his plane for once. Oh, that's nice. I don't like how the hyper forms just flash for Tails and Knuckles. I feel like they should just be a solid color like with Sonic. Well, I mean the super forms.
I thought they can't do super. I thought they only have hyper.
I'm playing on Angel Island Revisited, so maybe that's why.
Ah, this guy. He's playing on the unpurest form. 1 second.
Well,
Let's
I was
see if these
playing as
guys-
Mecha Sonic yesterday, and that was fun.
Alright, let's do
Mecha
this.
Sonic turned on fucking Eggman. Okay, I have Sonic.
Me
Now, I'm playing the
Me and my
Steam port, which is delisted, so I hope that's okay.
I don't think they care. That's the only way you should be playing.
I don't like Origins at all. It fucks up CD in a lot of ways. It removes Sonic's voice. I think that's a big crime. Alright. Oh,
I
fuck.
was just playing COD 4 with my friend. It's still somewhat active in the year 2025. It's kind of fun.
Can you see my
It
screen?
starts going back. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So you see Christian Whitehead, friend to Pixels and
Indeed.
Polys alike. Bullet.
Lit. I can't hear the audio though, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh! Hold on. How do
I can hear it now.
Oh, fuck.
What's worse is
Do you see this?
I can see it. I can.
So do I use JP or
see it.
US?
What's kind of whatever you want to do. What's kind of bullshit is that the mobile version is a little bit more updated, and that like the intro music, the title screen, will actually have the US if you have US selected.
Yeah.
It sucks, but it is what it is. All right, Jordan, let's see what you got, man. Come on.
Best Sonic design is on the screen right now.
The most crazy thing is that like we never get an update where we add the music or lyrics.
I know Sonic. I know someone made a fan mod called Sonic CD Miracle
Welcome to
Edition
Mexico.
that kind of adds.
Ready? Go. Doom room. Doom room. It's Sonic Boom. You should like look for a cell from this animation.
Yeah. And he sneezes here because Sonic was supposed to sneeze.
Captain. It's
Tutu Sonic.
Tutu Sonic Warrior.
Tutu Sonic.
Tutu Sonic Warrior. Forever in your mind.
You can do anything. Tutu Sonic Warrior. Fast as you can find. I forget the fucking lyrics.
There he goes.
I actually didn't know there were lyrics to the song until I looked it up because I played this on my phone originally. I believe X is jumped on this instead of. Actually, what am I doing?
Dun, 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 dun.
Leave to get to the past.
Oh, just go down there. Oh, you could have made it down there. That fucking little loop down there, right? Takes it fast, uninterrupted. Alright, this one's pretty far to the right,
I believe, isn't it in like the mountain or something?
It's way far. It's way to the right. That's the first one. It's way far to the right. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's way further, right?
Yeah.
This Act 2 is pretty close, though.
There we go.
Yeah, here, it's over there. No Amy, huh?
Well, because it's in the past.
I don't bother with the time machine. I just do time zones or time stones.
Oh fuck! I forgot. I should have been saving up rings for that.
Yeah, the machine is pretty close when you go to the past. I think if you're to the loop up there, you can like get to it automatically without instruction. Like take the ring, right? Da da da. No, don't get that. That's the future. Yeah, the machine is pretty close by.
Yeah, I believe it's by a waterfall.
It's close. It's not far. You might think it's past the what do you call it? Yeah, past this one part. It's not close here. No, just go to the right. You're not close to it. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you keep going. Keep going. Oh, keep going. Keep going. It's not close here. Keep going.
I'm sorry, I forget some of these.
I haven't done them in so long. I only remember these two.
I remember Collision Chaos and what do you call it? And what is the other one? Fucking Title Tempest. Anchor Squad. Wacky Workbench I always struggle with when it comes to the generators. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way.
Da da da. The generator's up there. It's up there. It's up there. To the left.
Right. Now I would get the Metal Sonic, but it's not required. And I already did it in before. So you don't need to find the Metal Sonics, but you know. Oh shit! I need to get those rings. There we go. That's what I need. Oh, there we go! Yeah, remember you're supposed to do
2, 1. Alright, let's see it. Teleportation, yeah!
I remember when Cosmic Eternity first came on and I heard the fucking the music and I was like, holy shit, that's the fucking stage, the act complete thing. Sound, whatever.
Fun fact, the version on Gem Collection and the PC version has its switch stage at twice the speed. As like a bug. The game will just play it twice the speed on this switch stage. That's why I learned it on. I was in like 8 years. And it wasn't easy to do that. The fucking music kinda spooked me as a kid. Not even just the robot theme, or robotic theme. Like just the regular like USA theme. It's kinda like weird.
The USA theme I actually kinda like for this special stage.
It's just like wow. What is this? This is Sonic.
I think the US themes fit the level like background better, but the Japanese themes fit like Sonic much better. I really like. Oh, this is rewarding. Look how beautiful everything
Let's see if we can do it. Can you do it under 30 seconds?
I was gonna. Well, actually, I want to go here for a second. So I want to get the rings here.
Ah, damn. No, I mean, you can't get those. Just made factory. I prefer the beta theme speed shooting to the final.
Yeah.
Ah, this theme is a mob.
Well, too bad we don't get to hear it.
Back of the deck. Come on now. Where's that joint? Right there. Come on now. Jump. There we go.
Yeah, I remember I did the time attacks because you need to do it if you want to unlock DA Garden, and I wanted to do that because I wanted like a way to play the CD soundtrack on my phone. So I remember you have to.
I actually own the 20th anniversary. No, I own yeah, the 20th anniversary CD, like the music CD. I'll post the picture of it later, but I actually own the 20th anniversary CD.
Really?
Oh yeah. It was a pretty penny, but I own it. I was like, this is awesome. I also own like a regular Sega CD version of the Immersion, so I have both soundtracks on CD. I think it's in my special case over there, or I'll post it later. Yeah, but you have like about an hour to go until like I have to leave, so you better finish in the game. Or I will.
I'm trying to just figure
Because chaos? The Bob.
Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to forget. It should be right here, right?
No, it's way down. It's way down. The fucking generator. But you need to go to the path though.
Well, I know that, but oh, I got confused. I'm sorry, I fucked that up.
You know,
I thought that
way,
was the area I needed to go to.
Yeah, it's way south. Huh? Or no, it's not. No, it's not. It's to the right, but you need to go to the
Yeah,
path
there it is.
right
I
now.
see it now.
Yeah, you take that, and I think it'll be underneath you.
Yeah,
Yeah, go down there. It's like a, yeah, it's like a, it's like a failure. No, if you go to the left, no, this will work out. Don't hit the fucking robot. Yeah, and then if you take this, it goes to the right. It'll take you to the generator.
I recall correctly.
I think I have all the.
It's somewhere high.
I think I have all the achievements on Xbox Live back when it was a thing. Yeah, it's to the right, I think.
Yeah.
Bum, bum. You know what the sample is? That means sample?
No, I can't. Yeah, so,
James
that's
Brown is dead. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the fucking ground out there. Yeah, I like this graphic.
Where is it again?
Right now.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the right then. You'll find it eventually.
Thank you. Oh no!
What's this? Jordan's gonna get the bad ending? I like it, Jordan. Very different.
No, this isn't the right way.
Yes.
No, it's not. Because it's not... I don't think it's supposed to be somewhere high. Backtrack a bit here. Oh, fuck. Oh no. No. Am I stuck here? No!
Dun, 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 dun.
I fucked!
Yeah, but you remember that 5K I was telling you about? That's like one of the only ways we can get Sonic 3 multiplayer going, like with the actual multiplayer, the Sonic 3 one. So you know, Azure Lake and all that shit.
Fuck, I knew it was back here. It has to be.
You know what? Might be to the left. Yeah. I think it's like take that spring and then jump. Take the spring and then jump, because I think it's above you. Yeah, when you're on the wall, jump. There you go, yeah.
Yeah, I
Down
knew
there. There
it
you
was around here. Fuck. Because I had a feeling it was like, no, it can't be. I don't remember it being that far out. Fortunately, you don't have 50 rings.
Dun, 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 dun. But did you hear me, Jordan?
Yeah.
That fight feed I was telling you about? That's actually one of the only ways we can get a Sonic 3 competition going. Like live.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you how to do it later because this is an easy way to just like get it set up. I want to show She-Funk as well. Yeah, so did that. Dun dun.
Good feature. And
Yes!
no, that sounded like Sonic.
Alright, I know this robot machine or generator is close. I know that. I know it's close. Dun, dun, dun.
God damn it!
Game is cutting out a little bit. I think you want to go. Wait, you want to go down. You want to go down there. That's like the easiest way to go past down there. Yeah, if you want to go to the left and then go down. Whenever the fucking this just says think of Spanish Bob as a future. Yeah, just take the shit. It's easy. There we go. Hell yeah. And then your fucking generator is right above you. Easy work, yeah.
And I know the Metal Sonic.
I want to know though. I want to know if you know how to do the boss in 30 seconds though. I want to see if you can do that.
I don't. Well, so I think I did that once, but it's like very inconsistent.
It's kind of yeah, it's almost RNG. Wait, go to the right. Go to the right. That's where your fucking generator is to the right now.
Alright, it's here. Okay, now I have to take the low path. Now, fun fact about Collision Chaos: you can see the Earth, like if you go very high here. Like you can see
That's
Earth.
what I said
You can
earlier.
see Never Lake right down
I said
there.
no. I said that. I'm like, yeah. I said I really like to see the Earth down there, but you didn't hear it.
Nice.
That's one of my favorite things about it.
It's a nice detail. Gotta go
I
back.
wish all of them had it in some way or another.
Sorry, the
Come on,
fucking
go
dogs are barking and distracting me a bit. Stressing me out. I have to piss really
Good old
bad.
Jordan. Good old Jordan. Everything just stresses him out.
There we go.
Alright, let's see, Jordan. Does Jordan have the skills that pay the bills, huh? You got this, man. Come on. Come on. Let's do this. Let's see it. The skills that pay the bills, huh?
Oh, shit.
I think you got away with it. I think you got away with it. I didn't get like a penalty.
Oh yeah, let's speed up. That's totally fun. Not annoying at all.
What is Sonic saying? Sonic 06? We're not gonna make it. Let's speed up. Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up. I kind of want to get Sonic 06 on PS3 and just play it again. Just for Sonic's story. It's so dumb.
I think
Yes.
Shadow Story is good.
It's annoying. It's annoying to play though.
Oh, that
Alright, let's see,
lake
30
is
seconds, come on.
beautiful from down there. Just so beautiful.
Jordan, no, go down. Jordan, no, go down. No, Jordan, no, go down.
I'm getting the ring!
Oh, so much for 30 seconds, huh?
Oh, fuck, I missed that.
Da, 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 da. Oh, here we go. 30 seconds, come on. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. You got this. What's that sucker in there? Come on, huh? There we go. Oh, here we go, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan. Oh, you had it. Come on now. Look at that sucker to death. Earth trimming fear. Cold,
Fucking God!
cold-hearted. This is closer, little by little. Wow. This is incredible. Jordan doesn't stand a chance.
Fuck off!
Come on now. Work that Jordan to death. Come on now. Work that Jordan to death. There you go. You got this. You got the hair right there. Yeah. Yeah. Go.
Remember I got
Let's go.
stuck on this shit when I was younger. I could never pass it. So I decided to figure out you have to go onto the edges of the bumpers.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of weird, like me being, I'm not old, but I'm kind of unk. And then people are like, the younger Sonic fans are like, yeah, I never played Adventure. I'm like, that's so strange. Everyone I knew growing up played Adventure. It's so strange. Adventure 2, or Sonic Heroes.
I've never played Sonic Heroes.
It's a fun time to play one story.
Find the fucking pass. Where is it?
Just make sure to right. You'll find it. It's pretty easy. Just go to right. You'll find one eventually. Backslide. Hello, Mr. Bex.
Hello, Bob.
Watch Jordan fuck up at Sonic CD. Okay, your generator's below you. You need to find a path.
Yeah, I know that. I just need to figure out where to pass something.
Wow.
There's one to the right, but you don't. Yeah, it's
Wow.
right of you. Yeah, they're all featured. You do the right now.
How do you grow up with 2D Sonic anyway? Okay, that's rhetorical. Don't ask Sega. That's rhetorical. Sega
No,
literally
Max,
screwed up
Max,
once.
hold on. I grew up with the Mega Collection on GameCube. That's what I grew up on.
Yeah, and I was talking about the GameCube, the GBA. The GBA
Wait,
port,
go down there, go down there.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there's no restart button? Oh my fucking.
No, wait, hold on. Wait, go to the right. Go to the right. There might be in the wall. There might be one in the wall.
I swear to God, you better be right because I feel like you're misleading.
Why would I mislead you?
Oh, you're right.
Look, wait, you see? Yo, Jordan, I'm fucking mad, dude. Why would you think I'm misleading you?
Yeah, no, you seem very passive aggressive.
Why? I'm like helping you up, right?
I don't know.
I'm surprised there isn't any drowning music for Sonic CD.
I'm glad there isn't.
reason for
'Cause
that
I
is-
want to listen to the music.
The reason for that is because I think it would take too long to load the music because it was a CD originally.
No. Paul says you need your fluids.
But yeah, you already know the wall has a pass sign.
Which is why you have to do it.
See, I'm trying to help you, Jordan. I'm not trying to be, fuck you up or nothing. Why would I fuck you up? We're not person.
I don't know, I've been traumatized by people who tried to screw with me, so I have trouble trusting.
Wait, hold on. Go back, go to the right, go to the right. Go to the right.
No, it's over
Do you know how to... Oh, I was gonna say, do you know how to do, with one string?
Why is it working?
What's going on?
Never mind.
I've never seen that, what the fuck? I think the game fucked up.
Did he just break the space-time continuum?
I think he came.
Oh, I need an air bubble before I do this. Oh wait, what? Where's Metal Sonic? You should be here.
I think I can do like you. I think I too has the best on the bottom right.
I'm wet.
Why would it be?
I'm cold. There's a fish on my head.
Ah, fuck. I have
This is back to the same song.
Kind of reminds me of the elevator music from GoldenEye.
Ow.
Just the notes.
no.
Kind of reminds me of the.
Oh shit. You almost got fucked. What do you look for, Jordan?
Metal Sonic. He should be down here. There he is. Yeah, this is the first time we see fish critters in the games.
In Sonic?
Yeah, because, this is just a fully, like, they usually don't have this in other levels. No,
Hey yo! Jordan!
So, Jordan, have you played Frontiers?
Yes. I finished.
Good.
Man, these young Sonic fans, man, I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
see? That reminds me of That's the elevator music from GoldenEye.
Alright, let's see, Jordan. Let's see it.
Oh, fuck, here we are. I think this is underwater.
I'm hurt, Jordan. You were saying I'm
This is the-
why?
Well, I have trouble trusting you. I'm sorry. It's like what happened when fucking you know, fucking, like, someone I really trusted betrayed me in a very bad way, and I have trouble trusting people, and I don't know if they're actually my friends or not.
I guess I'm new, right, Max? I guess I'm new.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
I guess. I don't know.
Just fucking-
Honestly, I didn't know that Sonic CD special stages were the ones in 3D.
The Mario Kart ones?
Yeah, those ones.
I think they were inspired by Mario Kart, like the first one. They look just like it, man.
Super Mario Kart.
Indeed.
Now I think about it, you're right. Huh.
Is
You
there
know what, Bex,
6
maybe
or
it-
7 time stones?
You know what? There's 7. You know what, Bex? Maybe I need to get you on Arcade sometime with Super Mario Kart.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, it'd be fun. I need to get Jordan on Sonic 3 versus I need to get C-Punk on golf. It'll be fun.
Oh, fuck.
Do I think Super Mario Kart would probably topple be my favorite one? Probably not.
What is your favorite then? X?
Hard to say, because the ones I have played, or at least remember playing, are Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart 8, and both are actually pretty good.
I was gonna say the decomp for 64 is really nice. Playing MT64 at 120 frames per second is really sexy.
God damn it!
Yeah.
There we go.
Sometimes I forget those signposts or what checkpoints are.
Future.
Guess it was a good way of predicting the future, though.
Jordan, please, let this version of the song play. I want to hear the song. Hold on. Let the song play. Hold on a second. Da, 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 da. This is the best part of the song. Da, 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 da. Go ahead. What a great song. Alright, here we go. The past. Alright, Metal Sonic is right below you. And the generator is like to the post, so you shouldn't miss it. No, okay, keep going right.
I thought you said Metal Sonic was right below me.
Yeah, but to the right though. Like go down. Like go down. Go down and then to the right. You'll see him. Yeah, and then to the right. This is to the right. Or my bad, to the left.
This is weird.
Wait, what?
Please.
I think it happened again.
What did? Okay,
Of
no.
course it did.
Oh wait, keep going to the right then. Oh, okay. Keep going. Wait, no, to the right. You're not there yet.
Just
Okay, I said for this, make you keep going to the right.
seriously, I hate it when that happens.
Okay, now, yeah, down to the left,
There
he
we
is.
go.
Yeah, there he is.
I always
I
get
knew he was down.
confused.
Okay, yeah, and then the generator's right, like, no, not that one, but like, go to the next, what do you call it, next spring. Yeah, right there, take it, and go up. And then You're running.
Trying to be careful.
Yep. Yeah, just go to the right. You'll be running to the generator.
Should be
Incline.
right, yeah.
Right there. There it is. Alright, watch it. Don't die though, right here. Don't die. Okay, good. Alright, Jordan. Going to the future. Teleportation, yeah. Dun dun.
Teleporting puzzles. Yeah, it kind of does look like Super Mario Kart. It also kind of reminds me of Ultimate Mute City.
Mode 7.
Huh?
Mode 7. The fucking way they got F-Zero and Mario Kart to look at that.
Oh, yeah. I'm just thinking of Big Blue and from Mario Kart 8 now. Which was another F-Zero track.
It's the land of the sky. Freedom, planet freedom.
Teleportation, yeah.
What was that about Freedom Planet?
There's, in the Sonic OVA, there's Planet Freedom. That's the place that's, I kind of headcanon that's the place Little Planet goes to.
Freedom Planet?
Yeah.
You know what? It does look like it'll fit in with Sonic, because that was one of the main inspirations behind it, Sonic. Fun fact, it's one of the few Kickstarter games that actually did pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, did you know that what was called the airship stage, the air fortress stage? I don't remember. It was actually inspired by Air Force from Mega Man X4, somewhat.
I know there's a way to install this guy immediately.
No, there isn't.
I did it once with Tails or Sonic, where I somehow managed to hit like that.
If it's Tails, then it's like not like counting because it's Tails. He wasn't made with the screen line. That's why you can't get the emerald or the time stone in this
You
version.
can get the time stones. He even has a thing in the special statements. Oh fuck, I fucked that up.
The Syrian refugee children have Sergei Chad. That was one of the most messed up things.
Wait, go to left. Yeah, so make it orange. Make it orange. Go up there, and make it orange, and then spin dash into that shoot. Yeah, spin dash there. Make it orange.
I wanted
And
orange.
spin dash there.
It gave me lemon lime.
Yeah, and spin dash into that orange shoot. It'll make you go fast immediately, or not.
No!
Yeah. I told you, man. I told you. Oh, you can't. You keep going.
Excuse me.
Just fucking kill me.
If you can spin dash up the ramp or the chutes.
Fine, I'll
Hey,
just
what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Hold on. What are you? Hey, yo, cheat.
Fucking going back to the menu because this shit is fucking up. What? Good guy. I don't know what you were talking about.
You gotta smash when it's orange. Yeah, right there. Finish into it when you have the pass sign. Yeah, smash into it.
Squash his head like a melon.
Like finish off the ramp right there into the chute. So you have the sparkling, but you need the orange. Yeah, there you go. Yep, aim for it. Oh shit. Once you realize it, you'll be like, oh shit, you're right.
Ah!
Yeah, hold left when you get off the ramp, and then aim for it.
Hostile forces approaching.
Ah!
Dun 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 dun.
This is really dumb.
What are you playing?
Well, I am playing the Division, but there's some update to the home menu, to the home dashboard. Where it came to the whole, well, you know, you can't act. You have to now go into a separate menu just to start a game up. Whose idea was that? It's just stupid. It's just, why? It makes no sense. I don't get the logic behind it.
God.
If you spinach into the yellow springs, you can spinach to the yellow springs, you can what do you call it? You can carry the sprinkles, or the sparkles, and you can go into the pasta.
But I did start the
Oh, are you
Division,
fucking kidding me?
and it's taken a while to load.
Yeah, Jordan, spinach to the orange or yellow spikes.
Not what I meant to do.
Okay, I have an idea. Hold on.
I told you, just spinach to the shoot.
I
Or
can't.
You can do it. Just spinach right there into the yellow strings. There we go. All you gotta do is aim on, keep onto the yellow spike or yellow springs. You should be good. You can do it. You're a Sonic Warrior. There we go.
Put it into my console, jeez.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm experiencing something weird.
There you go. Go up there with the orange.
Seeing input lag on my console. Oh, I already have Netflix already on here.
No, I'm gonna do my own thing. I remember last time I did this, I went down here, so I'm gonna go do that. Trying to do this thing, it's not working.
What the heck? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I knew I should have done that, man. I knew I should have done that, but no, I had to fucking try your strat out.
Yeah, you fucked it up. It was really easy. All you gotta do is jump back into the chute and you just go back up. I can get you back, so.
Well, okay. Wait, was that delayed or?
No, I wanted him to finish the sentence.
Oh, okay. that was delayed.
Oh no, I wanted to like finish the sentence. I don't want to cut him off. Huh?
I know. It's totally fair.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Ah, there it is.
Destiny or the Division?
Neither, dude. Let's play a good game for once, though.
The Division is pretty good, actually.
Not even a sequel?
From what I've heard, the sequel was good right out the gate.
Just the background is nice.
Dude,
In fact, one thing from the sequel that I do think is cool that certainly would give me, that does give me some ideas is the whole, power weapon thing, where you get 4 weapons in your loadout if you get to once you unlock the different classes, I think it was called. Kits? I don't remember what it was called. I just know, specialization. That's what it was. Once you unlock a certain when you get a specialization, you get 4 total weapons. You press the weapon button, the switch button to switch your primary weapon. Double tap to your side. You tap it once for the primary and secondary weapon. To switch between primary and secondary. Double tap for sidearm and hold it down for the power weapon. Honestly, I think that's a cool idea. Why I haven't seen more games do something like that, I'll never know. Even Breakpoint.
Let's try that again.
The only problem I have with the specialization thing is it's relegated to post-game content. If they were gonna throw it onto literally the front, if they were literally gonna slap it onto the front box art and have it literally right there in the front box art, and also have it have it in promotional material, why would you leave it out until the post game? Why not just have it be there, something you unlock once you get halfway through the story? Okay, this is taking forever to connect. I don't think I have the Division 2 installed. No, I don't. Okay, I might as well install it, because... yeah, it's the Division 2, it's pretty good. And the DLC content makes it even better. Like... Mickey, have you ever played Warlords of New York?
Warlords of New York?
That's the DLC for the Division 2.
No, I think I played this the base game and I just like I didn't like it, guys. I traded it back. Oh, this is garbage, and I just like traded it back. Never looked back. I think at that point the Destiny 2 or I think Destiny 2 would come out and I just play that instead. I think.
Destiny 2 came out a year before The Division 2.
Okay.
Division 2 came out in 2019. Destiny 2 was in 2018.
Okay. It's been a minute. I'm getting fucking old, but holy shit. But I think I played like the base. That's what do you call it?
Fuck, I have to piss.
Base of that
Base game.
and then it's like just kind of quit. Never did play Warlord. I didn't buy the season pass or whatever it was. Jordan, you good? Jordan? Yo, he's finished. Jordan. Jordan, you good? What's wrong? The game's paused. Jordan, you good, man? What's going on?
Don't tell me he's having a seizure.
Again? Jordan, you good? He paused. Jordan.
Wait. What do you mean again?
So
I don't
this
think-
will do this where he'll just like take a moment. Jordan, it'll be something minor. He'll just like freak out. Jordan, are you good?
Is his mic mute himself?
No, his mic is not muted. He just put the controller down. Knowing Jordan, it's probably like he overreacted. Jordan, wake up, man. What's going on? Ooh. I don't know if you were here, but I was playing COD 4 with a friend earlier. Somehow. We had to mod this shit, and then we got into COD 4 lobbies.
I was playing Battlefield 4 with a friend earlier.
I play Battlefield 4, but I don't own it.
I'm back.
I don't want to fucking. I don't want to restart my progress because I already played a bunch of it on Xbox One. I don't want to restart. And I don't want to pay them to unlock all my unlocks on like a class or a kit. The horrors of non-cost progression. The horror! Where'd you go, Jordan? Huh?
I had to piss. Fucking God.
You were like, I'm out of here. And I'm like, what? Jordan, you good? We were worried about you.
Going to the bathroom makes sense.
Fuck's sakes. go. No. There we go. There you are.
Game design or level design is my passion.
Console bands versus bricks. You need to be connected to the internet, so once your console's banned from online, it's effectively bricked. I'm all like, I've got some games I can play just fine without it being bricked. Without being online.
I mean,
Like-
if your console is banned, you can still hack it and just make it for something else. If it's bricked, it's just bricked. You just can't use it. It's a dud. But if you have like console ban offline, you can still mod the shit out of it.
Exactly. Go Mud Railway. Mr. Reed isn't in right now, but if you'd like to leave, leave an appointment, Mr. Fisher. I used to work here.
Dang it!
I'm on Golmud Railway at the moment. Team Deathmatch.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm playing Battlefield 4.
How do you even find servers, Bax? After all that pain and suffering, this beautiful blue, gold, and yellow, gold and blue color palette. This music's really calming me down.
Oh! Yeah, I
Where's
should have
that
seen that
going
coming.
to Come on now. What's that doing to death? What's that doing to death? Come on now. What's that doing to death? Bax and Mickey watching Jordan play. He doesn't stand a chance. Dun, dun.
Dang it. Oh, I'm fighting the frickin' Russians right now.
Ah, I always forget where to fucking go in this place. Actually, hold on. I need to order fucking food since I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to make dinner. I'm sorry. Fucking god, McDonald's opened up the app properly, man. What? I don't want to try up your fucking lineup. I just want to order my fucking double Big Mac. Okay? So hard to ask for.
Holy shit, a double Big Mac. What the fuck?
I haven't ate anything today, other than soup. I need to have something to fill me up. Oh my lord. And I don't even have to fucking order the fucking drink. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna fill up the Slurpee machine so I actually have something to drink. Hold on, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Holy fuck, a double Big Mac. I'm looking at the images. This shit's fucking massive. Holy shit.
Sometimes I forget.
It's four patties. What the fuck is this, man? This is like a heart attack.
As if the regular Big Mac wasn't already big enough to be a heart attack.
I want to see the calories on this thing. Oh, holy shit, this thing is fucking this thing is Godzilla. Holy fuck.
It's basically the Godzilla of McDonald's.
740 calories. This is like your breakfast and lunch.
Wow. Yeah.
48 carbs. Jesus. It has some good protein because of the patties, but fuck. If you're gonna eat this thing, you might as not fucking have anything else to eat for the day.
Huh. Next unlock is the Stinger. Ah! Flashed myself with my own grenade! Dang it! Okay, yeah, this is weird. Which do you think would be better? A Big Mac or a Royale with cheese?
That with cheese. What the fuck is that from?
Pulp Fiction.
It's not even fucking real. How the fuck am I gonna judge it? I remember this one time I bought like 2 Baconators. Or no, Bacon, what's the Burger King version of it? Bacon Kings, I think?
Yeah.
Alright,
Fucking ordered 2. I couldn't finish like the second one. I ate the first one, and I couldn't finish the second one. I was like, oh shit, there's too much fucking meat. I couldn't finish it.
No,
Fuck,
it says it's
man,
gonna be
that shit
12
was-
minutes.
I had the rodeo burger.
I have a 2 Bacon Kings. I'm like, this is fucking too much, man. I couldn't finish it. I got sick of it. Like halfway through.
Okay, what the heck? I still flashed myself, despite the fact it was a floor above me? What the heck? Blew out that wall.
Alright, Jordan, go to the future, I see.
Oh, I fucked that up. You're supposed to get the pass for that. Fucking bullshit.
No, what are you doing? No, you can't do that. Oh no, what are you doing?
I'm restarting. I lose a life
cheating.
anyways for doing that.
You don't.
Sometimes I forget.
Yes, you
Jordan
do. You
has a
restart the level, you
switch.
lose a life.
No, if you go to the menu, you don't. If you restart, you do. That's only on mobile.
I'm just trying to have fun. I'm trying to chill out. Let me get a ladder.
Okay. Ah! Oh!
There we go. That's what I need. Find a way back.
I think it's spin back up there. Yeah, you can spin back up. You can do it. There you go. Hell yeah.
Actually,
know what Secret Statue is?
I don't. I wanted to find out, but I couldn't find it. I know you have to get crushed by something.
Tornado sighted. Oh, this was a schoolhouse! Still,
What's the map on the island with the storm?
Paracel Storm.
I remember when when that game came out, we used to play on Xbox. My friend would like have anxiety when the storm showed up.
I actually think it was pretty cool. I actually thought it was pretty cool when I saw it.
It was cool, but he used to be like, yeah, he used to be like, I get really uneasy when I see it. I'm like, bro, it's just a storm. Like in the game, it's not gonna hurt you.
Oh yeah,
It was really cool when you had like
it's,
big audio with it
we could also shoot a wind turbine off, and it would cause it a destroyer that would appear as a that would then ram into an island, and you can use its main gun as an artillery position.
Hold up, I gotta see if my Xbox DVR is like online. I gotta show you this clip I had from Mad before. It's pretty funny.
Okay.
Hopefully the website's still up, though. Charge, not good. Let me add
What
it.
website?
It's this web website where you can like look at your DVR. If you uploaded that, it is.
Oh, okay.
Charge, not good. Man, the Mythal Legend.
Oh, it's right here. There we go. Alright, there we go.
I'm much better at Team Deathmatch than I am at Conquest. Don't say Conquest is bad, it's still a really good game mode.
Oh god,
Like,
I see my time.
Conquest is easily... Wait, you found a Titanfall clip?
Yeah, from my olden days. Holy shit, man.
Is it Titanfall 1?
No, let's see.
Aw. It's a little disappointing because Titanfall 1 is still pretty good.
I never owned the first one. I think I got my Xbox in 2016, like the year before 2 came out. I just bought 2.
I actually got the first game like a couple years before I got Titanfall 2 for Christmas. I wasn't even bothered by it. I was like, it's not... Like, I actually asked for Titanfall 2 specifically, but I got the first game and I was all like, you know what, this will do. And I played it and I actually had fun with it.
That was fun. I liked it a lot.
Oh, MG4! Just got a freaking Machine Gewehr 4. Yeah, it is a German weapon. And that is literally what the MG and MG4 and MG42 means. Machine Gewehr. Just like how SCG is Sturmgewehr. Oh, I was so close to killing him too. Tracks from this village. Honestly, if it were up, with Battlefield Portal, I feel they should have added content from every game prior. For Battlefield 4, I think the maps to represent it should have been Siege of Shanghai and Golmud Railway. Because why the heck not? Both were pretty good. Especially Siege of Shanghai. You know, the one where you can destroy you can bring down the whole skyscraper. That one was awesome. I loved it. I love it. Got killed with the big irons. I just got killed with big irons. Yes!
Jesus
Christ. I hear the fucking fireworks outside.
You do?
Indeed. Not yours, I mean mine.
Oh. Oh shit. Hold on, I'm just checking the progress on this. So, heading to you. Okay, should be here soon. Now I just have to figure out where the fuck the metal song is.
Yes! We just won by 2 points!
I was playing Call of Duty 4 challenge lobby, and we won by like a random grenade earlier today. It was kind of fun. Wow. Every kill was like a level up. It was nice, huh?
Like I said, wow. Stinger.
I remember back in Battlefield 3 when you were the gunner in the helicopter. It took you forever to get fucking night vision. It actually helped a lot.
What maps?
I mean, just
help a lot on.
Just any conquest map. If there was a helicopter, having night vision on anything, even day stage, was helpful because you can actually see the enemy without spotting.
I think the one you're thinking of might be IR vision.
IR or night vision, whichever one. Whichever one makes it so you actually can see the enemy. Because without it, it would be like zoom, but it would be kind of useless unless you like spot it.
Do they appear white?
Yeah, that's the one.
then yeah, that's IR vision.
Oh my god.
I already did that. But it was way more helpful than the zoom in.
Hold on, the dogs are barking. I think my food's here. Hold on.
That would make sense, yeah.
Alright, well while he's doing that, I'm gonna see if my parents are home because I gotta watch a game. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Okay. Got a 5-7 and a and 10-14. Dang.
Alright, I got my food.
Dang.
Wait, did Mickey leave?
But he went to see if his parents are back.
Alright.
So you got your dinner?
Yeah, my double Big Mac.
Jordan.
French fries.
Oh boy.
Shit.
Sometimes
get my
I
water
forget that you have a Slurpee machine in your house, Jordan.
Oh, it won't be ready in like an hour. Like the Slurpee won't be ready in like
Was
an
that
hour.
Thermite?
So I'm just gonna drink water for now. Because I have a water bottle. Alright.
That was a freaking
I'll try to
RPG.
play and eat at the same time.
I just got killed with an RPG.
Oh, whatever. I did the robot generator anyways.
Dang. Oh, Mickey's back.
What actual one is that?
Team deathmatch on Operation Locker. Much more intense than Conquest on Operation Locker. Dang! On a high tick rate server, jeez.
Hey party, hey Jordan, you better let's go.
Yeah. Stardust Speedway is what it looks like outside.
Thanks. Hit it. Backslide.
Dang! I just got blasted with a shot
Eating McDonald's.
with the M1014
Playing Sonic CD. Down.
crush. Great crush.
Where the fuck
Hit it. Backslide.
is the past?
Oh god.
Grenade. That is really. I love Stardust Speedway. The lights are beautiful.
Just blasted by some barrels right next to him. Only the ragdoll physics
No.
in the Frostbite engine was. Only the ragdoll physics in the Frostbite engine were as good as those in the Source engine. Dang it! No way! I just got killed by an Avenger.
Excuse me. Oh, I love the blue and purple like here in the background.
I love you.
What really makes me sad about Battlefield Hardline is it was made by games.
I rented it once and I didn't like it. I know Broken's like isn't rated, but I'm just like I don't like it at all.
There's a reason people don't play it.
I don't like it. Like I saw him post it, I'm just like I don't like it, but I didn't like respond to it because I just know he would be like smart about it. He'd be like yeah. I'm just like I mean I don't like it. That's just the way it is. I just didn't respond to it. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, let Broken say his thing, but I'm not a fan of it.
And I had to deal with that spaceman guy today, being all like, "You're making ad hominems." It's like, you're no, like I don't know what he was on about either. It's like,
It's whatever.
The reason I find it
That's a big
depressing
deal.
is because of the fact that it's Visceral Games that developed it.
Jordan Sonic Warriors. Jordan Sonic Warriors.
And the reason Visceral it's sad is because Visceral, the same company behind Dead Space. Dang it.
oh fuck, no!
Jordan dropped his fucking Big Mac. You see? You hear that he dropped that shit?
It tastes so fucking
boy.
good.
Dude, chill. It's just a Big Mac.
Ugh.
Candace and Human Squeal. Candace's Inhuman Squeal.
I'll tell you what though, yesterday I went to the bar with my friends to watch a baseball game, and I ordered some nachos, and there were some of the greatest nachos of all time. I'll tell you that much though. Ooh, there were some good nachos. Hit it!
Dang it!
Hit it! Get down! Hey, no, Jordy!
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I know. I have to go back down there.
Hey Jordan! Hey Jordan! Hey Jordan! You better go.
Tell somebody, you go tell somebody. Grandma Shots on me, get your money. Black man, get your money. Black man, get your money. Black man, get your money. Black man. People, I've seen at least one guy say all the starters in Pokemon Legends CA aren't thematic to the region they're in. The only one that would have fit, only Oshawott would have fit with Legends Arceus by that logic.
No, that's not it. There's just not a lot of rings
Deathmatch on
on
Siege of
starters.
Shanghai.
You have more french fries, Jordan?
Well, I want to get the final time stone, but I can't find... There's just not a lot of rings.
Have you ever seen the PS3 themes for this game?
No.
They're really good. You should Google images of them. They are really good. I feel like you would put them as your like your PC wallpaper. They're really good. One of them is the good feature of this act, and the other one's a bad feature. They're really nice. It's Sonic and Metal Sonic Racing. It's nice. Here, I'll send you one.
Okay.
And I might have to leave like right now.
That's okay.
Here, I'll at least leave you with this.
Honestly, I
wallpaper.
shouldn't have gone for the Metal Sonics. They weren't required. I've already done them in the past, and you just have to, I should have not done that. It made everything, because I know the locations of the robot generators, just the Metal Sonics I haven't memorized.
Alright, here they are, Jordan. They're in the shared stuff. It's both versions. They're really nice.
Let me check.
Yeah, they were on the PS3 back in the day.
Holy shit! That's
Yeah,
huge.
this shit's nice. Alright, I'll catch you guys later though.
Yeah.
I'll see you
Yeah,
guys.
okay, see ya.
Oh, hi, Nicholas.
Nicholas?
Yeah, I just saw some damn things. Ah. Oh fuck, I can't play like this. I gotta eat.
Freaking tick rate is insane. Jeez. Dang it. The shotgun was the thing that got me. Wow. What's so funny?
I just saw some news of like. Apparently, that Carmelo Anthony guy raised like $500,000 and he blew it all on cars and renting a mansion.
Was it supposed to be for a charity?
No, it's for like his legal defense fund or some shit because he stabbed some guy, some kid, or I should say some teen.
Wow, that is literally one of the dumbest that's one of the biggest idiots I've ever heard of then, because why would you do that when you know you could end up going to jail? Even I'm not that stupid. And I'm not exactly a very smart guy.
Nicholas Fernandez, wow, guess he used that money wisely. Yeah, he sure did. I don't know, I'm eating right now, so I can't play the game, but I ordered McDonald's because I was like, because I was focused on playing the game, I didn't have time to make dinner. Which isn't good, I shouldn't be doing that, but I had no other choice. But essentially, he's now having a public defender instead of a lawyer because he blew all the money away.
That's even worse. Public defenders aren't exactly known to be good, as far as I can tell.
They aren't. And, that probably means he's getting life in prison. Because it's like, if he got a good lawyer with that money, he could have, like, gotten a lawyer to argue for a lesser sentence. But, nah, he's getting life in prison.
Oh, yeah. Dang it! Whee! How did I survive a direct hit from a rocket?
I don't know. A miracle.
This is Battlefield, where even a direct hit from a grenade can kill you instantly if you don't have the right armor equipped.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess that the reason it wasn't on fire is because it didn't have fuel in it. That makes sense. Wait, that makes no sense. What the heck? Rust effects. Okay, what the heck was that?
Nice showcase video early today. Thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate that. Glad you liked it. Okay. Went the way of... Yeah.
Dang it. What the heck?
Well, that double Big Mac was good. Alright? I know I could have made it faster, but... Where's the napkins? I need to wipe my hands! There we go. I'll fucking eat the french fries with my left hand. Or right hand. Then wipe my hands with napkins so it doesn't get on my keyboard. There we go. 52 rings. That should be enough.
Gosh dang you, Mr. Anderson. Gosh dang you. 52 rings for what?
To get the special stage, I fucked it up.
Huh.
Which actually, I'm pretty sure if we get it, we don't have to do the robot generators on Metallic Madness. Because I think it automatically just destroys them. And that nighttime background is beautiful. Just like how it is outside with all the fireworks.
Pick the cat.
I want to get this shit over
If
with.
you pick a fight with Lucius and...
There we go.
God and Lucius Fox, then you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna pick a fight with Lucius Fox and God, then you're gonna have a bad time.
2 more left. And what fucks with me here is it's just the movements are so like all over the place that it's hard to get this to work.
It's never a matter of if, only when.
There we go. Thank God. Got them all.
Only when.
It's a beautiful background. Reminds me all the times the night the city was never race with Metal Sonic.
Oh, Lang King Dam. Team Deathmatch on Lang King Dam.
Come on, Hank, shut up! I fucked that up.
If you're gonna pick a fight with Lucius Fox and God, then you're gonna have a bad time. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Ah, I keep fucking it up. I did it fine last time I played this game. I don't know what I'm fucking up here.
I just got assassinated! What the heck?
There we go. Without getting hurt? Okay. I'm cheating. There you are, Amy. Metallic Madness. Ah, shit, I forgot.
No. This is Mr. Barrett 50 count.
I love that working. fine, right? Yeah, okay.
L86. Dude used the L86A2. Wow. Wow. Got a headshot on a shield bearer as he was charging me. Havoc. Havoc.
Hey, Matt, how tremendous this takes me back to the real. What does it take you back to? I do like the background, and I really like the background about the past.
Dang, a BTR got me. Yeah, I'm playing Battlefield 4.
Yeah. Those dogs have been freaking out all fucking night. It's probably because of the fireworks.
There are fireworks
I don't know why
going
they're
off in Canada right now.
Yeah, I don't get it. When we met the songs. Oh right. Yeah, I remember.
Get no duh, there's an enemy tank north of me. I can see it right there. I can also see that BTR.
Remember you There's a way you can get accidental. Like if you go out here, you'll get toxic. There we go. Hold on, I gotta figure out what's going on. It's...
Havoc got us. Finally, I can use the Stinger. ECM jammer and stealth coating. Well, that will explain why they managed to avoid. Well, that will explain the freaking lack of lock on. Okay, seriously? This one has a jammer too? Okay, seriously. Why is it always the Havoc? And I can't use the Stinger on both of them because they both have it. Well, the BTR is back. Well, looks like I'm limited to using the frickin' law. Okay, not sure I can use anti-tank mines. The issue is trying to get line them up in the right path. Stop launching smoke screens! Bruh. I think the pilot jumped out. Oh, come on! It's always the BTR! Seriously, how do they keep finding me? I think whoever's using that BTR is using wall. Dang it. There's no way they wouldn't keep finding me otherwise. Did someone just... I think someone just shot the Yeti. Well, I got the last laugh and took them down with a stinger in the end. Well, I got revenge at least. Wow. Killed each other at the same time.
Hello? Hello? Oh no. Oh, I guess I'll go back into the other chat. Okay, apparently it doesn't want me to be able to type, so I guess I'll... usually don't do that. Hi, Ren.
What I miss?
Sonic, so I got on with Mickey to play Sonic CD. He ended up leaving before we could finish it. Now I'm trying to figure this out. 'Cause,
Yeah, I was. Yes, go ahead.
I'm just at Metallic Madness, so I'm about to beat the game again.
Okay.
Times and the good future, so Metallic Madness is a beautiful garden instead of robot in space.
I always found Sonic CD the most peculiar of Sonic games, mostly because, well, again, what's it called? Sorry. Let me rephrase that. I always find it the most peculiar of the games because, again, yeah, you know, it's a classic series, and as a result, you know, the story goes basically you got Sonic 1, Sonic 2, then Sonic CD, and then Sonic 3. What I always found the most peculiar about the Sonic CD is just the nature of it all. Like, it feels like it was part of something else entirely when you consider it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different, like, the CD music, which is, Sonic CD is my favorite of the classic games, I would say.
Yeah, it's not a... Like, what I find peculiar about the game, it's not so much, how do you put it? It's not so much that it's an odd game, it's just something that, personally, I don't mind. I think it's pretty much on point with what the series is kind of known for, but it is more out there than other games, and I think it's because of the attempt to kind of focus this on a different direction altogether.
Yeah. Games beat.
Nice. Nice.
Did
Okay,
you know
like
Stardust Speedway is supposed to be the final zone?
I think so. It's just peculiar is all I'm saying. Like, in terms of Eggman plots, it just really went from, I'm going to invade this island and build a factory to build robots, to, oh, the second game where it's like, I'm now going to try and build a Death Star to, I'm just going to now try to mess with time travel because reason. And yet here we are. But again, it's rather peculiar, but again, still pretty good-natured. I will say this as well. It always does make my heart feel a little good to see this old-school anime style, something that frankly hasn't been seen in many, many years these days. There's something about it that just always makes me feel happy. I think it's the slightly dull colors, the more attempted, like a stylized appearance, not really too photorealistic, almost cartoonish in its nature. Yeah, it's calming. That's what it is.
These ending cutscenes are so good.
I agree. It's hold on, someone's asking a question. Let me see here. Excuse me, sorry about that. I think I almost got it. It's always something that I've found always peculiar, and again, pretty interesting, all things considered. Like, you could tell there was a plan for Sonic at this point, in terms of like what Japan wanted to do with the character and how everything was going. But, like I said, you can see that it was sort of changed slightly with the more modern days and kind of focused away from it. As far as I understand with Sonic CD, at the very least, it was more to do with like the animation studio, I think, and that while they didn't mind having it get made, it was still sort of like a problem of, well, you know, resources are what they are, prices are what they are, animation takes time. Like, it's something of that nature. I know that they were able to leverage the OVA to be created because of this, but, you know, that really didn't go anywhere.
I like the headcanon that the fucking Freedom Planet for the OVA is where the Little Planet goes to after it goes from the
I can take that. It would be interesting. Still, I find it just odd because, again, when you look at the OVA and everything, it feels so out of time with everything. And I don't mean that in like a negative sense. It's more like a what-if scenario, if anything. Just what could have been the Sonic series moving forward. And, you know, before Mania, not even Mania, sorry, before the push forward to like 3D really happened. And then, you know, everything kind of just changed as a result.
Yeah.
It's just something to consider, really. I mean, there's not much I can really say about CD. It's, like, I'm sure I've said my piece on this more than once, the sort of nature of it all, and again, it's something that I just feel kind of bears repeating. You know, Sonic CD was something fun, straight to the point, and, you know, overall, it's kind of a time capsule of a much more direct era when Sega was just trying to kind of push things along. Still, what I'm honestly surprised is nobody trying to make a mod or really doing anything with the OVA era kind of stuff. Like, there's no attempt to
I really want to.
tell, well, you know, a present company excluded.
Oh.
It's, you know, it's something interesting. Like, I wonder what it would be like. Like, here's how I imagine it. Like, I don't think in this quote-unquote OVA setting, I don't think we would see characters like Shadow or Rouge or anyone really like that, to be quite frank. Simply for the basic fact of what's it called? That really the only characters we see in the OVA are Knuckles, Tails, Sonic, and Amy to a certain degree. So honestly, it would be a universe kind of like, I think, on the smaller side of things.
Yeah.
Like, we wouldn't see characters like Shadow, we wouldn't really see characters like, the Sonic Friends. Which, now that I think about it as well, it kind of gives me that thought of how simple things really would have been if it just been like that.
Yeah.
Or stayed like that.
So everything would have been much different. It's just a shame the OVA never really became anything. It was supposed to be an anime.
True. I mean, for what it was pretty decent at the same time. Like, obviously it wasn't some over-the-top elaborate sort of story, but it was fine for what it was at the end of the day. And I think that's really all we can say about it. Like, Sonic, the OVA, yes, didn't really go anywhere. As you said, it was supposed to be an anime, and it kind of is what it is at the time, all things considered, because this isn't the first time an old 90s-ish OVA just kind of got shafted the way it did. There are plenty out there, now that I think about it, that kind of had one-off stories that really didn't go anywhere. Let me think. Honestly, I'm kind of struggling. I mean, I'm no Bennett the Sage. I can't really speak on all these ancient fucking tomes of anime that have been lost to the seas of time, but I think some of them, at least from my limited memory, would have to be, I think Bubblegum Crisis would be one of them. I think that was supposed to be a whole thing.
Sorry.
Jeez. Again, Rev slowly showing his age and his experiences. Bacamo. Bubblegum Crisis was this odd little, if I remember correctly, the cyberpunk style, what's it called? Cyberpunk style cop anime, that came out way back in the day. We're talking 1998, 1991. Sorry, 1987, 91. Basically, it was your typical Japanese style thing where not Sailor Moon characters wearing combat gear kind of thing. It was, again, it blurred the line between wholesome and just holy shit, what the fuck is going on? The typical. Well, I'm not going to say wholesome, let me rephrase that. It really blurred the line between cool and interesting to, oh my god, this is horrifying. If I remember correctly, it only had, I think, maybe 3 episodes? Roughly, I'm not entirely sure. I could be misremembering that. But I remember one of the episodes in particular was talking about a pseudo RoboCop, like their version of RoboCop, and basically how just like Eddie Murphy gets completely destroyed, pieces get put into a robotic shell, and the only thing that is really still part of him is his tongue, which he tends to bite in order to feel alive. Just really messed up stuff, really, at the end of the day, but it is what it is. It had a decent enough running, and then it was left behind. Again, didn't really become popular, but popular enough to get something creative for the sake of it. Let me think, what else? There's another one that's on the right. The other example I was thinking of was the one I think we've mentioned before, the Jungle Raiko stuff. That was a one and done for obvious fucking reasons. Anyway, so there was that. I'm trying to think of what other one-offs really kind of went and were back in the day. But again, I'm not fucking Bennett the Sage. I can't really pull apart anything from that. But it is what it is at the end of the day. These animes used to have, like, if you couldn't make it in the anime scene, you had a one-off OVA, and a lot of times these one-off OVAs really depended on the popularity of its release to kind of convince the studios that, hey, we can do more with it. So a lot of times these old OVAs used to end on cliffhangers for episodes that were never going to happen. So nowadays, with the power of the internet being a thing and fandoms being what they are, even canceled series tend to come back every so often, so it's not really too
there
surprising.
being like some attempt at a fan recreation of the OVA of Sonic.
I think so. Yeah, I remember I think it was a Brazilian or a Portuguese animation, and the goal for that was exactly as it sounds, or exactly what you said, trying to recreate it in a very specific style. It was fine for what it was, but I'm not really one to it is what, we needed that in our lives.
Well, they ended.
It's a
the thing
good
was
idea.
with that is that I remember it's like they had this whole intro thing, and they had all these characters just randomly being animated going into one location. Shouldn't you be spending this time working on the actual OVA instead of that?
Yeah, it's one of those problems where you really start to notice it, and it becomes one of those how do I put it? It's one of those things where you see it and they realize okay, they had an idea for this, and they're not really going to see it through to the end.
I don't know, the fact that I haven't heard anything about it since that teaser kind of I guess I don't know. I would have loved to see that take off. I'm a big fan of stuff.
Oh my god. Sorry, we were talking about Sonic and anime, and I completely forgot about the one Sega. No. The one that Sega created to try and win the console wars back in the day. It was, if you can believe it, the title was World War Blue, and essentially it is what it is. I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but it bears repeating. This one was back during the console wars. When Sega was convinced that they would eventually win this conflict against Nintendo, they commissioned what was it called? They commissioned an animation studio to do an anime to basically prove Sega's superiority in this eventual conflict. However, due to obvious copyright and legal reasons, they couldn't recreate the characters as they were. And it wasn't just Sonic, mind you. They also did recreate sort of like Anime-esque versions. Yeah, it just bears repeating that. Oh, this is such a wonderful.
You only told me this off screen, so it's probably best to repeat it here.
Oh, fair enough. But basically, like I was saying, the whole anime was essentially Sega's attempts to basically prove to the world that they were going to win the console war, and it was sort of their victory lap before anything actually was finalized. Mind you, back in the day, it was assumed that Sega would win, but this was long before Nintendo brought out a lot of its stopping power with the N64 and a lot of other things like that. Basically, the general gist of the anime was the Sonic adjacent character, along with a few of his compatriots, were basically rebels against the risen empire of Nintendo's properties, and basically their goal was to overthrow the evil empire. So you had you had the heroes of the quote-unquote Segua Kingdom, very, very subtle, and the antagonist of the Nintendo Empire. And of course the characters for the Sega's Kingdom were of course Gear, which was a stand-in for Sonic, Nell, which was a stand-in for Nii from the Phantasy Star series, Till, which was supposed to be their stand-in for Tails for the, again, same franchise, Sonic series. Let me see. Then there was, Opal, which again, she was supposed to be a Opa from Fantasy Zone. Ramses, which was supposed to be a character based off of the puzzle game of Columns. T-Roth, which was, again, just a character supposed to represent the entirety of Tetris. Yeah, make that make sense. General Alex, which was basically supposed to be a stand-in for the Alex the Kid character and the franchise itself, and Harris, who was supposed to represent the Space Harris arcade game, basically. So you had all these little odd characters representing both in-universe characters and what Sega created. Then for Nintendo, you had Marcus, which was supposed to be Mario, obviously a stand-in for Mario. Then Zelig, which was of course supposed to be Link from The Legend of Zelda. Luigi, which was again supposed to be Luigi, and the stand-in for Mario once again. Fare, or Fare, which was again just supposed to be a character based on Fire Emblem, not a specific individual. Masa, again supposed to be based on just the embodiment of Earthbound, not a specific character. Carvia, which was again supposed to be based off of based on Kirby from the Kirby series. Saroid, which again is based off of Samus Aran from Nintendo, from Metroid. And this is an odd. What was it? You had Foster, which was based on Fox McCloud from Star Fox, and finally Pirika, which was supposed to be Pikachu from the Pokemon series. This particular OVA didn't get too far. Like I said, it was during that era where if you could create something and pitch it to a publisher after the OVA was done, and if they liked it, then they would kind of continue it from there, basically. But the series really didn't go anywhere. It was very much a vanity project. A lot of people were disappointed that it wasn't the actual characters and these like bootleg representations of everything. So it didn't really go anywhere, and the anime just kind of petered off. Then, of course, Sega won the Nintendo won the console war at the time, and well, Sega doesn't talk about World War Blue for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's like when they're mentioning the Sega characters, it's like, who the fuck are these guys? Like, you recognize all the Nintendo names. The only one I recognize is Sonic. Like, who the fuck is like, Sega just doesn't have any like recognizable names, I guess.
Right, and it's more of a problem with and that's really what kind of helped Sega, or sorry, I keep saying Sega, but maybe it's because I have the game, I'm looking at the game at the same time, and my brain is just kind of going like, ooh, over here. But that's the same basic kind of like thing where Nintendo. One of the reasons why they won the console war, aside from like better hardware, was just simply more interesting mascots. Again, you had Samus, Zelda, Kirby. You had a whole smorgasbord of different games and different sort of playable characters to run. Sega was really more about arcades and basic one character concepts, and not a lot was really sort of done for this per se. On top of that, a lot of the characters didn't really look like what you expect. I think, for example, the Sonic stand-in, it was just some anime boy with blue hair. Mark was just this, again, the Mario stand-in was just this guy with the very, very obvious mustache, but he looked like nothing like, what's it called? Like Mario. Tails stand-in was just some weird, slightly bigger individual, and again, it was a lot of odd choices and a lot of peculiar designs that really didn't help sell the idea of the setting or anything of that nature. It is a curious discovery and something I do recommend at least looking into once, just to see this weird little piece of history, as it were. And just really having to remember that, oh yes, Sega really did commission an anime for the console war. Nice. And it's an interesting concept, and again, maybe someone a fan, if there are any fans of this, mind you, or to like make a continuation, I'd be more than interested to see that. But as it stands, nah, it's a one and done sort of thing, and frankly, I think it's fun. Even the most die-hard Sonic fans, I doubt, would have known about this particular piece of history.
I didn't.
Exactly. it makes my case for me. Oh dear, but it's something that again is interesting for the historical context and anything like that. Which, ironically, if Sega were to ever bring this character back, I think they probably have something here, at least in the general concept. But I'll leave that to the speculative imagination of those who would come long after we speak about this. Anyway, as for Sonic enemies, I will say this. You did mention Sonic X, and I did want to kind of briefly touch on that sort of thing. X. That's not what I meant.
I know, I'm making fun of Sonic X. I'm like, it's Sonic Sex. And every time fucking Rouge appears on screen, they play that fucking saxophone.
You know, we mentioned the whole sex thing, but we got to remember that back in, the Sonic Adventure 1, Eggman's theme literally just had a porno jazz saxophone playing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to remember that. If I have to remember it, so do you. Anyway, so I'm getting sidetracked. What I wanted to mention is that a little bit of history when it comes to Sonic X. So, keep in mind that this was during the mid-2000s, and Sega really wanted to kind of focus on pushing the IP forward again and kind of getting Sonic reintroduced.
It was like a big anime craze, I think, as well in the 2000s.
Yes, and Sega wanted to capitalize on the booming anime trend in the West and a lot of other places. So the goal was to create an anime to kind of promote Sega's game productions, revitalize interest in the character, all that sort of thing. Now the main problem, unfortunately, is that when it comes to basing something on a video game, you're kind of limited to time. Because, games take about 4 to 5 years to produce.
Yeah.
So, if you've ever wondered why the whole Metarex thing was a thing, it's mostly because at the time, the studio who was handling Sonic X ran into a problem where by the time they were getting, everything wrapped up, they couldn't continue basing the Sonic story off of the games anymore because there wasn't any game story to follow on. And those that were in production were so hush-hush that they didn't really have a lot of ability to
Sonic
work
X
on.
made again?
You know what, let me check, because I could be... I want to say 2008, roughly, but I could be completely wrong. I just want to double-check that.
So, why would they say that they didn't have... They had Heroes, they had Riders, they had, 06? And also,
here we go.
Here's a funny thing about that. There were actually Sonic X advertisements in the DX Adventure books. Like, they had these, like,
right.
fucking...
Here it is.
These Temu-ass, like, advertisements.
Yes. Okay, so Sonic X originally aired in August the 23rd, 2003. So, now we need to see what Sonic games were out at the time. And we also need to see the end date. Hold on. The last episode was created in April 2005, so this was even before 06 was even a thing at the time. Yeah, so let me see. So Sonic games... Oops, shit.
Wait, so last episode 2005?
Yeah.
I didn't know, I didn't know it was that. Oh.
Okay, so the games that came out in 2003 were Sonic Heroes, so that was right, Sonic Battle, Sonic Adventure DX, and that was really it at the time. So, interestingly enough, what came out between We'll have to see what came out in 2004 and 2005. So then in 2004, there was Sonic Advance 3, Sonic the Mega Collection Plus, and that was it. Well, okay, so then that explains why they didn't have anything to really base it on. Shadow the Hedgehog came out in 2005, as did Sonic Rush, and that was much to work with. Since at the time, there wasn't a lot of new games coming out until 2005. So they basically had to make something up on the fly, which was the whole Metarex thing, and kind of build an entire story.
Sorry
Hello.
about that, but
You're fine.
he's a regular, so I just want to say that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry.
But I don't know. It's like, oh, let's have this whole plot about these fucking not humans and them getting eradicated. But it was just so disturbing. I didn't like that. That was like disgusting. Like I really didn't like that whole thing in Sonic like Season 3. Like this whole fucking Metarex shit.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And a lot of people weren't too comfortable with it either. Hold on.
Like it was like the fucking Captain T scene from Halo CE. That disgusting scene. It's like, come on, Shadow, just punch his face so he doesn't have to suffer.
Yes. Hold on. But yeah, it's. This is what I mean. It's kind of like the point I'm trying to make, or sorry, the kind of general crux of the problem is that there wasn't a lot to work with when it came to Sonic X, and they kind of built on what they could. But the problem is that they decided to focus on this whole weird Metarex concept instead. And I guess at this point, because they knew there wasn't anything really going to happen, and they probably stopped caring about whatever Sega was asking them to do. Because as far as I understood, Sega wanted the Sonic X to follow a story close to the games, but gave them the freedom to sort of deviate as much as possible. And this is where a lot of the slight differences occur, such as Knuckles getting the shovel claws elsewhere, or the changes with the E100 series robots, and just a lot of small changes here and there, basically. But that was basically as far as that went. Beyond that, they really didn't have much more to work with. Which again explains the whole thing with Chris, a lot of these other small differences, the two bots that basically shadow Eggman everywhere. It's just subtle, changes that helped establish it as it is, but again, questionable to say the least. And then, of course, you have the 4Kids edition, which completely and utterly butchered a lot of this for stupid censorship reasons.
Yeah, like censoring Rouge's fat tits.
No, I think the worst of it was probably removing her partner's weaponry and just having her stand there with nothing. That was a dumb choice. Where it's like, why are you like this? Yeah, because that's the thing I should mention. Almost all of the gun forces actually had proper firearms, specifically the MP5.
Yeah, and they fucking removed it. And they also removed the fucking BDSM references. I can't believe this. How could they do this?
Yes, among other things. Though, ironically enough, this is also
And
the
they
series
also
that
removed
introduced...
the original soundtrack and replaced it with some generic shit. Because Live and Learn actually plays in the Japanese version.
As far as I understand with that was more of a licensing issue. Less censorship, more we had problems getting the actual rights, which, again, I don't blame Fox for that one. Fox was notoriously bad when it came to that sort of shit, but hey, who's counting?
Wait, 4Kids
ironically,
was
though,
owned by
this...
Fox?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, way back in the day, what was it? Way back in the day, before 4Kids was, what was it called? Called 4Kids. It used to be called Fox Kids. And this was like a competitor to Warner Brother Kids, early morning series and things like that. The kids' cartoon centers and things of that nature. Then over time they changed it from Fox Kids to just 4Kids, and then 4Kids DS, and then 4Kids TV. And basically from there it was just kind of like, okay, we're trying. But trust me, back in the day, Fox Kids was actually quite interesting. Used to air the original Digimon, Spider-Man, just a lot of great fucking shows as a kid. But, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, 4Kids couldn't get the rights to some of it, and as a result, a lot of those soundtracks had to be changed. So it's less of a censorship problem and more of a licensing issue, at least as far
They
as
could
I.
have at least made some better fucking replacement tracks. So always, instead of just like fucking kindergarten music they had. Not like fucking. I don't give a shit if there's English voice actors like Mike Pollock are in the fucking 4Kids version. I'd rather I only watch the Japanese. Even if I had to fucking read the whole time, that was. Oh man, I have to fucking read. Nicholas said he didn't know that.
No, I'm sick. Fair enough. Glad I could tell you something new. But the main thing about this situation, and something I wanted to mention as well, is that what I find funny is that there is, how do I put it? The original Japanese really did focus on trying to give the characters more depth, more character. Just a lot of general sort of changes and a lot of pretty interesting concepts. I know for a fact that they did a lot more with Eggman. I know that for a fact. There's actually a scene of him just drinking in the bar and being like, fuck.
I remember he told Rouge that she had nice tits. I remember that, in the final episode.
Like, Eggman, you dog.
Nicholas says, I think Fox Kids also aired a Godzilla show based on the 19... Is that true?
Yes, they did. It was the Godzilla, the animated series, which was also handled by the same people who did the Men in Black animated series.
No.
Yeah, that series didn't really go too far. Mostly, I think that was maybe 2 seasons and then was pulled from air. But I remember watching it as a kid and being fascinated with just the designs of a lot of those creatures and the monsters. I give a huge amount of credit to the studio for actually going in and designing wholly original creatures for it, not just basing it off of the Godzilla monsters we saw from Japan and everything like that. You had just this peculiar design and mutated creatures with various adaptations and changes. I remember one of them in particular was this. If I remember correctly, it was a clone of Godzilla, but genetically altered in such a way where its head was in its chest, and what's supposed to be the head was this gigantic nostril that it could extend out to track anything in the world, basically, big monsters like itself. It's really fucking weird, but also fucking brilliant designs. I think my favorite has to be the Cyberzilla, which was again a Godzilla clone, but with cybernetic augmentation. The thing looked like it was in pain, but it was an interesting piece to fight. But that's neither here nor there. Again, getting sidetracked. But yeah, Sonic X basically kind of it was there. It was a thing. Sega was comfortable enough with it being for what it was, but after a while clearly wanted to pivot away from it. Funnily enough, the modern designs were originally supposed to be kind of transitory, and as far as I understand, the X version of the designs was supposed to be the sort of default look, but that got changed sometime in development when I think a lot of developers kind of complained about how difficult it was to translate that design into 3D.
Yeah, I can understand why, because he randomly fucking has free quills to decide out of nowhere, and only like Sonic Omens had that, but I was like, whoa.
Well, it isn't just that its Tails is slightly more enlarged head and weird body proportions. What is it? Just very strange sort of visual choices. And again, this is what happens when you translate something from a game to an anime and then try to translate it back to a game. You're not going to wind up with the same thing, basically. And again, I'm not too bothered by it at the end of the day. I'm just glad that these versions of the characters exist as they are. But that's it. You know, they didn't become the inputs. Let me think. Right, there was something else I was going to mention. So you recall how a while back I looked into this character, Nazo, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I found out something. So a while back, long before everything else happened, when this anime was being prototyped, Sega purposely leaked some test designs for Sonic and a lot of the other characters. And these designs were mostly to gauge audience responses and see, did people like the designs, would they respond well to the design, so on and so forth. And one of these, apparently, was a slightly altered version of Sonic Super Form, which was going to have a much more DBZ style quill formation and be more on the bluer side of things. Essentially, as far as I understand, this version was supposed to be referred to as a light Sonic to counteract the dark Sonic design they had for this game, for this anime. This design never got used and basically got kind of left behind on the cutting room floor. But it inspired enough that people wanted to see this character as a proper thing. And when somebody checked the image format, the code in the image, they found the name Nazo in the file.
Yeah.
This is where the name came from. The end result is, well, on the most technical level, Nazo technically is a Sega creation and is technically something they quote-unquote own, again, in the most technical sense. But he really isn't. Again, he became something more akin to what fans have enjoyed, and, well, I guess the best way to put it is that he was really the first sort of how do I put it? He was the latest generation of fan what-ifs, you know? A character that Sega abandoned and the fans just claimed as their own, and here we are. Though I will say this, there was the whole Nazo Unleashed mini-series, which again was created by a dedicated Sonic fan who unfortunately is no longer continuing the last film and series.
Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate truth is that it's just more of a case of what happens when you get older, unfortunately. Your priorities shift, you can't really dedicate yourself to the things you used to like, and gradually over time you sort of become, well, you have to focus on other things as it comes. And there's nothing wrong with that, it is what it is. He did release, or is still releasing, the animatics, and basically is releasing the third film in its most rawest form. So we will get the story and see how this was supposed to end. And who knows, maybe somebody will animate it themselves. I mean, the other films he released were recreated by many fans, updated, changed, put into 3D, put into 2D, so who knows? Maybe we'll see something from that.
Yeah. Nicholas says, yeah, Godzilla in the show where Zilla Jr. is peak compared to the movie version.
Yes. So the Godzilla the series was a direct sequel to the the American Godzilla. What's it called? Let me face that. direct sequel to that series, and basically because that movie ended on a cliffhanger where one of the eggs hatch, the series picks up with that offspring, and the basic idea is that this is a Godzilla that is not as hostile as the previous one, is very much a defender of the planet, like, you know, typical, and compared to everything else is basically much more chill, slightly more augmented and mutated to actually fire the gamma breath and everything. In the series, this is much closer to what you'd expect. Humans basically uncovering giant monster, getting Zilla to fight it, Zilla fights it, and, you know, rinse and repeat to an extent. The show did try to borrow from the Japanese mythos here and there, specifically with the idea of the mutations being caused by an alien species that were coming to Earth with the goal of trying to wipe out humanity to start terraforming the planet for their own needs. Which, again, unfortunately, like I said, because the series kind of ended the way it did, we never really got a conclusion to that. But again, I think it was fine. It's a series that I don't think will get ruined with the modern sensibilities. It can be kept as it is.
Oh god, this shit is annoying! Oh, great, gotta restart again.
But yeah, that's the general kind of gist about that. At least in terms of like these subtle changes and things of that nature. Let me see what else. Oh yes. Speaking of giant monsters and everything, again to kind of keep it to Sonic for a second. There was something else I was going to mention. I've completely forgotten now. Fuck. Bear with me. I'll probably remember in a bit. Oh, right, the new game that recently, or is coming out, what was it, Sonic Interdimensional Ride or something like that?
Yeah, Crossworlds. Mayhem keeps... He seems very excited over the game, I personally don't care. I mean, it's like Nintendo... I mean, Sega could have taken a W by not pricing the game $80. You know, doing what Sega does with Nintendo, but instead, because Sega is a bunch of fucks, they follow in Nintendo's footsteps like they always have since Sonic Lost World. You know, they make confetti
Though you mentioned that. I do need to mention this as well. Apparently, internal leaks do suggest that Sega is planning to go back to Frontiers and actually pushing forward for the sequel. So this seems like a minor step back in something they're clearly planning to move forward with.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, another fucking racing game. I don't have any interest in this shit. Like,
apparently
maybe we'll get some good soundtracks, you know? I heard Sand Road is coming back, and you can do anything.
Personally, I'm more interested in seeing just some updated models on some characters we haven't seen in a while, because it's always fun to just kind of steal those and use them whenever possible. Though I will admit, I especially with the what's it called? With the Black Knight dinosaurs actually being brought back in like glorious.
Well, is that what those dinosaurs are supposed to be? I was confused. I wasn't sure if they were. Well, it's good because I like those like inaccurate like cartoon dinosaurs. It's just we only got that in the 2000s.
True. Though and I like to imagine that this basically confirms that yes, these creatures are from this world's prehistoric past, which means that there's some basis as to why this whole weird shit happened. So, let me see. So there's that. I just find this peculiar because Sega clearly wants this to be their party game in the sense, in terms of a racing game.
I wonder if it's gonna just fail as hard as Team Sonic Racing did. You get no updates other than like classic Sonic.
I don't know, because it looks like Sega's putting all in for this. Like, you know, they've brought in their one of their Yakuza characters, but they've also included a Nintendo character in the form of Joker and Steve from Minecraft. And even Hatsune no Miku and fucking SpongeBob. So it feels like they want this to be not their, what's it called? Not their Mario, not their Smash, but something close to it, where you just get new racers and
I mean,
maps.
they did that with All Stars Transformers, so it kind of always has something like Sonic and Salt.
No, not. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, apparently this has been confirmed. This is 3 days ago. They're also bringing in the Prime variants of some of the characters, including Rusty, Dread, and Nine.
Oh, so we'll actually get high quality models of them and not like low quality mobile game shit.
Oh, thank God. Finally, I can do something with this shit and not have to rely on the third-party bootleggers.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm fine with that all the same. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just checking on the other thing. Well, you're not wrong. Team Sonic Racing. It was similar. Like, I'm not going to deny that in any way, shape, or form, but Sega added in characters that not a lot of people are familiar with.
I mean, they had some Team Fortress 2 characters.
Yeah, that was what people liked, really. Yeah, so I believe it was, the full list was, well, in terms of the TF2 characters, it was Heavy, Spy, and Pyro, which that was fine. A real-world racer, for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph, because, I don't know. Well, I guess it was because of the movie.
Yeah,
The
Sonic
movies
appeared
were
in
coming
the
out.
movie. So Sega has now
Yeah,
become the antagonist it was fighting in the 90s. Yes, they have, you boys. Ever since Lost World, they have been being a bitch to Mario. To Nintendo, I should say. Because they got a deal where, like, we have to release each game on the fucking Switch. Well, no, it was the Wii U. So then that's how Sonic Boom got fucked up.
True. Again, since I haven't learned anything, Simon was a peculiar choice, though. I'm gonna be honest on that one. If you know who that is, I mean.
Simon Blackquill?
No. Simon, I think his name is Lane. Are you familiar with the Yogscast at all?
Yogscast. I've heard of it. Yeah, Minecraft shit.
Well, it's a little bit more than just Minecraft shit. But again, this is, this was a bit more of my childhood as well. The Yogscast, way back in the day, basically were one of the earliest pioneers of, Minecraft content creation. But they actually combined their understanding of that with machinima aspects and built, frankly, an entire empire based off of that alone. We're talking about doing scripted events, some stuff here and there, creating wonderful little things, just generally having a lot of fun with it. They were extremely wholesome because, it was a group of friends, basically. They had families and everything, but it was always something united, basically. Good-natured, clean fun. Like, yeah, it was silly, but it was always something that people enjoyed for what it was. They were something of the earliest fucking days of YouTube and some of the most, well-rounded and well-crafted individuals out there. In recent years, however, they've slowly vanished from the internet landmarks, really. Just a lot of bad choices, some general issues, just sort of led the Yogscast astray. As is all things of that nature. But it is what it is. That said, however, Simon was kind of the soul of it. A peculiar fellow, odd and eccentric, but good-natured at the end of the day. The butt monkey of the team, basically, but he always took it in stride and was always pretty nice about it, and generally being a good person. So it made sense that when Sega offered them that position. And mind you, the Augscast was one of the biggest things on YouTube back in the day. So them actually getting an opportunity to be in the game was something a lot of people were looking forward to, and say, was like, yeah, sure, why not? The problem is that while Simon was the best choice for this, the voice lines they chose for him were not the best, and as a result, well, he quickly became one of the more hated characters in that whole thing. But again, it was pretty good for what it was. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's strange to kind of remember that. Remember that, yeah, Simon is, as far as this game is concerned, canon to Sonic to some small degree. But who knows? Yeah, Yogscast was, like I said, it was one of my earliest kind of like things I would watch on and off as a kid, especially when I was in the UK for like 2 years. I was doing stuff there. I enjoyed it. I actually had an opportunity to apply for a position at the company, but I kind of didn't go through with it. And mostly because I was just too nervous. And in the end, I didn't really put in. I really didn't put in an attempt to. What's the word? For the application. I just couldn't bring myself to do it, and I think it's one of those things that I look back on with like a mixed feeling of it's good I didn't do it, but I also feel like I should have.
Yeah.
Just an odd little feeling, but I'm okay with it. But no, this has really just been Sega's kind of MO when it comes to this franchise. Now that I think about it, or when it comes to the racing side of things, because they've always kind of pushed for this, and I think this is also one of the biggest sort of crossover events they're really trying to push for in terms of this game, specifically because they're getting fucking Hatsune no Miku into this. Which, now that I think about it, I think this is the first official time she's ever actually been a part of these games. It's not just, oh, I'm here to do music in like a Sega
here
game.
to be your Sonic's. This is all she
Yeah,
does.
exactly. Well, among other things. Let me see. I'll have to double check that because I'm not entirely sure if what's it called? If this is the first time Hatsune Miku has been a part of the Sonic series, or if she's been a part of it before, as in like a proper game. Let me see. Oops. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we are. No, she's never officially been in any sort of Sonic game, but as far as I understand, the character, I don't know much about fucking digital idols like this, and I don't know much about Hatsune Miku because I'm a normal human being, you know? I don't spend my days listening to this kind of music. But as far as I understand it, it seems the company and this, for lack of a better term, entity, have had a good relationship for years on end. Just never had an opportunity to ever officially be a part of something. As far as I understand, the whole Mania outfit thing was just that, a sort of promotional thing, and that's about it. Apparently there was a... Oh, cute. I think in the most indirect way, I think, what's it called? Oh god. I think she does have a Mobian version of herself as basically a Cream the Rabbit kind of Mobian, but that's about it. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just trying to look here. But no, this will effectively be... I think this will effectively be the first time she's ever actually been in a Sonic game as a proper character. Go figure. Still rather impressive, all things considered.
The music that plays in DA Garden was actually supposed to be used for Dubious Depths, I think.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. Yeah, no. Apparently there's not much else beyond that, so... It's gonna be interesting to see this go... Well, basically go, as it is. Let me see. Yeah, no, I was right. It is a character. Or she does have a Mobian counterpart. It's just a basic rabbit called Mika.
Yeah.
Go figure.
I mean, I'm glad to see anime humans in Sonic again.
Yeah, again, it's long since been established that is basically what these humans are in this world. So I'm just glad, you know, that, hey, we can get this shit going again.
It just fits so much better that way. I was never really the fan of the Disney style personally. Eggman the mobility scooter. He does look like that in CD. He does look like his Eggmobile looks like a mobility scooter.
Check it out, Sonic. I've got this from the fucking Walmart.
He's just driving out the fucking... Sell that at the fucking Walmart.
It's like, I know I'm supposed to return this, but I refuse to, because I mean...
I'm just gonna restart this because I fucked that up.
Let's be frank, he would do something like that, just as petty. Like, I'll say it like this, like, Eggman's villainy is not... How to put it? I wouldn't call Eggman... Well, how to... Let me put it. He's evil, but I wouldn't call him a legitimate
code
evil.
triumphs all. Sonic helps.
Yeah.
He helps Tails get laid by
Like, oh yeah. I again, like I said, it's difficult to really put Eggman as a villain, you know, in terms of what he does and what he hasn't done. Like, there are differences here and there in terms of how evil he can be and how goofy he tends to be. Frankly, at least as far as I view it, it's like Eggman's the type of villain that you can just kind of know he means business, but also be like, just question his plan and just be a little silly about it, you know?
Yeah, like, I think the best example of this is in Sonic CD when, Sonic Mania, where, and I mean by the music tracks, where, like, the first mini-boss game, it's a little more like, well, actually, no, there's two boss games. One of them is more wacky, like, kind of like Sonic CDs, and the other one is more serious, like Sonic 3D Blast is. And I think that represents that well. Like, Ruby Delusions is the serious one, Avnik Prognosis is the more wacky one.
Right. Eggman works best when you can balance these aspects of his character in a good way. Where, yes, in one breath he'll be silly, but in the other breath he can be serious. Not, let's say, I'm gonna blow up the planet because I want everyone to die kind of evil, but more like, I'm going to detonate this explosive in this city because they got my order wrong when I ordered from DoorDash. You know? Like,
that's
sort
what
of...
he does in Sonic Adventure. And Tails has to stop.
Yeah, like, that's the big thing. It's like, yeah, this is the man who basically attempted to just detonate a bomb in the city to take it out so you could just build an amusement park. And then the end result is just, well, shit.
Oh,
Again,
no, I
it's
can't believe this.
yeah, basically you get beaten by a child. It's like, wow, there is no coming back for this one.
Then
Fuck.
that was forgotten by everyone because Tails doesn't even defend himself with forces. But don't worry, Ian Flynn made a reference to it in Hidden Frontiers, and Tails is upset about it or whatever. That totally fixes the problem.
It doesn't. What is it? Doesn't put a gigantic fucking, spotlight on the issue.
Yeah.
But it like I said, I'm not too. When it comes to this sort of thing, it's kind of expected, but it's also kind of whatever. In the most general sense, I should say. Right, the other main thing as well is just, again, when it comes to Eggman, it's always been a balancing act of how well you want him to be the villain and how well you want it to work. I think Jim Carrey does it well enough, and I think that's kind of like the example you should follow when it comes to the character. This general,
Nicholas mentions
yes, he has his
thing, and you remember in the movie where he accidentally cuts the moon in half? That's an example.
Yeah, the whole bit. Yeah, I think that's a good way of viewing it. The whole thing where he's like, I did it! Look what you did! It's like, you dare put phone. But yeah, that's really the best way to kind of view it, is that Eggman works best when he can be menacing, and he has his moments, but also when he has his brief levity moments where he can be like, oh yeah, this is a guy who can't be taken seriously. I think that when you go too far in one extreme or the other, you wind up creating a version of the character that's just kind of like, oof, no, back it up. How do I put it?
There's one exception to this. The fucking one in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I really liked it. He was so funny in that. I was rooting for it the whole time.
Exactly. Mr. Sneaking it.
Tails fell for it. Sonic is ours. I'll have to give myself a promotion.
Exactly, Mr. Yeah, I remember that quite clearly. It's just, I think the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog really did lean into the character's design quite well. And just having fun with it, because let's face it, that was a whole different thing. For Sad AM, that was a completely different concept. Hell, they even had a completely different version of the character, believe it or not. I'm just curious, have you ever seen the concepts for that version?
No. I thought you were gonna bring up the Christmas special.
No. So the basic ideas for this was, back when, Deke, I think, was given, yeah, Deke, that's it. When Deke was given the green light to do the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon here, before, Sad AM, some of the earliest concepts for the villain that would become Eggman were a bit peculiar, to say the least. Specifically, though, one of the earliest fucking concepts, and I'm not joking about this, was a version of Robotnik that was much more, I'm gonna say bestial, almost. In the sense of, he was much more disgusting, basically. We're talking, beast body, more mechanical design. He would have, a mohawk made out of metal, have a pig nose, basically just look more like he was put together, basically. The pig nose design wasn't kept, because as far as I understand it, Deke thought it was too disturbing, so it was changed pretty early in production. Yeah. Then they came up with this peculiar idea where they literally just turned him into an egg. Basically, the egg version was, he had a sort of cone head going on, so his body was ovoid shaped. He had a much smaller mustache but a wider mouth. He had a goatee and a bow tie and everything. This is what would lead to the creation of the Sad AM version, which would take influences from that design, but lead it into a more monstrous concept, because one of the other early designs actually had a version of Robotnik with a completely different design too, where he was wearing more of a two-piece suit and actually had a white beard, or sorry, a white mustache going on. And then from there, they liked that angry expression and then just kind of built around that design. And the end result was the SatAM Robotnik we all know and admire and fear in equal regards. But that's what I mean. It's like when you go too far in one direction, you wind up with this version. And when you go too far in the other version, or in the other direction, you wind up with Boom Eggman, which, don't get me wrong, he has his moments, but good lord, am I not a fan of that idea.
Yeah. You can't really take Boom Eggman seriously. He feels like he's just a fucking old man, and fucking Sonic are just some kids disturbing his peace. Honestly, you just can root for Eggman in that, because all the village people are going dumb. And I think the true ending of Sonic Boom is they all get trampled by concrete and asphalt, and so Eggman builds his feet hard over. That's what I think happens.
I just like to think he just says, fuck it, I'm leaving. And just literally just packs up his stuff and just leaves. It's like, you know what, you guys can fucking have this place. I fucking hate you. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's like fucking Mr. Beast building wells in Africa and trying to help these people out and just destroy everything.
Exactly. Why am I bothering you this place? Fuck this place. Bye.
You know,
But
you try to build some tourism for Boom Island, but like these fucking idiots won't accept his manufacturing.
This picture is like, why am I bothering? Why do I do this? Why should I even stay? You know what? I'm leaving. Guys, pack my shit. I'm gone. But again, I'm not too bothered by what Boom Eggman was. For what it was, I did think he had his charming moments. The occasional laugh was made, at my expense, and I didn't mind it. The bit with the evil ham always gets me to giggle just ever so slightly.
Ooh, I got sound tests. Let's look for some codes.
And now, time to plagiarize. But that was basically it. I felt like this. I think Boom is when the Flanderization of Shadow really started to take a nasty approach.
Yeah.
Because I know for a fact they've kept that voice actor for Shadow, and I really don't like that voice.
Yeah.
It's trying.
So fucking try hard.
Yeah, it's trying too hard to be edgy, and it just sounds like he's. How do I put it? It just sounds like he's not only uninterested and bored, but also just trying to sound uninterested and bored, and it's not working for what it's worth. And frankly, like I said, I'm just not really too much of a fan of the voice. I think it's bad, and again, it's Boom really. Oh God, sorry, I keep forgetting that weird
Batman
thing. Yeah, I'm just. And another reaction was a thing. Good God, it was terrifying.
I'm using the Japanese soundtrack for this, so it's actually not going to be terrifying what I'm about to do. Yeah. Just imagine being a kid entering these codes with late at night, and then they see this. But they have the Sonic
sure
CD music, so...
It would have generated... Well, I'm sure it would have generated a lot of fucking, horrors and creepypastas, schoolyard conversations that people would look at and go you're weird. And then they get horribly scarred for life when they think, oh, my friend is a liar, I'm sure it can't be that bad. Oh, God! Screenshot
of the missing R2 level. Okay, let's check this out. 32. 8. Let's see. That's not R2, that's Desert Dazzle. I think. I don't know if that was a cut level or not.
Good.
Christian White.
Let's see.
This eventually became Mirage Saloon, so I guess we technically got it.
Yeah, I remember this. Again, Whitehead really did do the best with what he had and really built something impressive. Which is more than I can say for Sonic 4.
It brings me to stage select.
Can we all just
I...
unanimously...
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
I remember I used stage
No, I was
select
gonna-
one time and it bugged out and it gave me all the zones for some reason.
Weird. It's like, yeah, yes, this is exactly what it is.
There's Anime Sonic.
Personally speaking, how to put it? I've always found it just peculiar in these sort of things, and frankly, I'm just glad that Whitehead got to do what he did. It's just the same shame that Sega just completely botched everything.
Yeah. They fucking ruined, they wanted to do a 2D hand-drawn game, and they're like, no, we gotta do 3D, we gotta do Sonic Superstars. Wow. Look where that got you.
The world's most unoptimized Mario Party clone. Oh, not even Mario Party. That's that's something, again, I would love to play online with you and see just how far we can break this fucking thing.
Yeah. You know what is interesting to consider? Metal Sonic has gray eyes in CD. He only has red eyes in the ending keys.
I think the reason why they gave him the red eyes is because it's a lot harder to see the red in the sprite form, and as a result it might not even be possible to really see it properly. So I think it's just one of those, like, for the sake of clarity, you know, this is what we're doing. But then it just kind of got stuck as the default because, let's face it, red eyes look a lot scarier on the Metal Copycat.
And Metal Sonic was supposed to have, like, 2 eyes instead of, like, the singular eye. Because there's, like, concept art that shows that. It's like it's called Junio Metal, that's what people call it, but... Because it was from Studio Junio when they were making the I guess concepting Metal Sonic for the ending cutscene. Secret special stage? What's this? Welcome. What? What's this? Oh, it's Eggman! And I'm Tails!
Hello.
He's taken over this place! I guess we have to wait. See what happens.
I find it funny, to be quite frank. Like, just seeing Eggman's face there, it's like, yes, run for my amusement, Fox. I'm not gonna lie though, this is kind of terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think it's because Eggman's face doesn't move. It's just constantly staring at you like, yeah.
These special stages are so trippy.
Because it's pseudo 3D. Perspective is still a bitch.
Ah, shit. See, this is the thing about the special stages in this game, is that they're like... Oh, good night, Nicholas. This is the problem with them, it's just like the UFOs move so erratically. What do we get for beating it? Ah, I guess those are the credits.
I guess this is a version, or it's probably a cut, what's it called? Level that may not have made the cut, simply because...
I remember something about it being like the programmer fell asleep or something.
I think so. Again, as far as I understand it, what's the word? As far as I understand it, the base, like, I think this is just something that didn't just get used. Simply for the fact of, like, probably too disturbing, given that Eggman is just staring at your soul. And judging your many, many life choices. It's like, I know what you masturbate to. Oh well, something to consider in the future.
I guess
actually-
there's Tails. See you next game. Let's see. Let's see what that one is. 12? 11. No, not 12. Fuck.
Thank you for inputting in the game destruct code. This game shall now self-destruct.
Fuck. And put in the defuse code now. There we go. Oh, he's right next to he owns a fucking Jeep. Judy Toyota. Okay. Big
Hold
booty
on, let me
Judy.
see. What? He's like, wait a minute, what?
Wiles. See you next game. So does that mean Sonic 2 or Sonic 3?
Let me see. Judy Toyota. Hold on, Judy Toyota. Let's see. Yashui Yamaguchi. Often credited as. Oh, it's a programmer. Okay, so Yashui Yamaguchi, also often referred to as Judy Toyota, is a game designer and artist. He designed the. He's actually the person who created.
I didn't know that was a boy's name. I thought it was a girl's name.
I don't know. Hey, your guess is as good as mine, but again, keep in mind this is a Japanese company, so they tend to, not understand English in specific ways. But apparently, he is the creator of Tails, the person who actually designed it.
Oh.
Yeah. So I guess this is supposed to be kind of like a little nod to him as like a, hey, thanks for giving me life. Here you go. Don't know about the car though. That's something I've been trying to figure out. But it also looks like it wasn't just Tails he created. He actually created. Oh, this is interesting. He also created the original design for the Metal Sonic in Sonic 2. Well, this is interesting. The design was actually a lot different. Oh, here it is. So, originally for the character, there was supposed to be an Eggman logo. Well, not even an Eggman logo. It looks like a MS on the arm, on the shoulder plate, and the legs actually had suspenders. So whenever he would crouch down, those things would actually kick in and allow him to squat down and roll towards you. But apparently, due to programming limitations and sprite limitations, this never was never the case. Okay, let's take a look here. I'm gonna check and see if he's still around. I hope so. Nope, hold on. I'm fucking
I'm gonna get to
Yamaguchi. Okay, so he's also why Tails was called Milestone Power. He just... Is he still alive? Did he die? He's also apparently confirmed that the 7 Chaos Emeralds were not inspired by the Dragon Balls.
bullshit.
It's just apparently... Well, according to him, as far as he's stating, it was a state of pure coincidence, and in fact, the reason why they were colored differently was to avoid the Dragon Ball comparisons. Oh, the bitter irony in that statement. Let's see what else he designed. Oh, what? Jesus, this guy did a lot. So apparently he also designed a lot of just enemies in general. Some of the original Badniks was his creations, including Feels the Rabbit back in the day. Let's see, what else? And he also designed some of Eggman's earliest boss mechs and everything. That's about it, apparently. It looks like he's one of the Sega or the Sonic series' creator, long lost fathers, basically. Though how much he actually contributed is still kind of being debated to this day.
Yeah.
Again, I'm glad we went down this tangent. I'm so pleased. Let's see. And again, of course, Ken was like, "Oh, we created Sonic." I was like, "Fuck you." Sonic's father is this Asian man here. Don't ask me how it makes sense. It is. Let's see here. I also helped create Sonic's. What?
I was trying to figure out how to get into debug mode because I think you can spawn a bunch of Amy's and I want to fuck around with that.
Let's see. Apparently, he also helped create a lot of early designs. Well, here's something interesting. There's apparently a cut tarantula character for the Chaotix. Odd. Let's see what else. Excuse me. No, not seeing much else here.
Where does this take me? Not the bad.
I'm sure this won't possibly end bad. Oh god, what have I done?
I wanted the good future. So I have to go back stage select.
We must go back in time yet again to stop this.
Still, I'm tails.
That's odd. Hey, I guess it is what it is. Let me see what else we can find here while we're at it. Designs, concepts. What else can I uncover? Oh, that's actually kind of cute. You know those bot enemies you can face in Casino, one of the Casino levels from the early Sonic games, the ones with the shield?
Yeah.
Apparently there was a concept for them where if you jumped over them, they would actually raise the shield above themselves and huddle up inside. Yeah. Apparently that didn't get put in simply because it'd be impossible to beat them. So the player was, given the ability to just jump behind and hit it. So, that explains a few things. Now I see why Eggman's mech was slightly changed. Apparently he designed the Death Egg robot that had to be changed due to it looking too much like a Votum. Which makes sense why the changes had to be made. Let's see what else. Oh, this is interesting. Apparently, for Sonic 3 specifically, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the egg robo that Knuckles was supposed to chase was apparently supposed to get visibly changed throughout the levels. So it wasn't just supposed to just reuse Eggman's mechs, it was actually supposed to change and augment itself to fight Knuckles in every turn. There's a design of it with the big arms actually attached to its body.
Really?
Yeah. It looks like it got cut due to programming limitations and sprite asset limits. What a shame. But it kind of shows that, like, that's so odd. All this for one little egg robo that, let's be frank, isn't that special? Oh well. I guess it could be a mod for a later game if somebody were to ever do that. Just actually give Egg Robo a complete redesign, or like that, return those design concepts. Something to consider. Let me see what else we can find here. The shit you find out, you know, with the retrospect being what it is. Let me see. Right, there's the concept for the unused Metal Sonics, which we've all seen 100 times over. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. I don't know, but I'm a little terrified now. Behold, I've created this button that explodes monkeys. Why? Because fuck him. Let's see what else. Net design, concepts. Actually, let's check on what else he's may have done. Much in terms of design changes here and there. It looks like when Judy, I'm just going to stick to Judy because frankly I can't pronounce any Japanese names. But it looks like beyond that, Judy didn't really do much more than just these initial passes. It looks like once he had a general design for Tails, it just kind of stuck with it. I'm not seeing a lot of different changes when it comes to Tails' overall design in terms of his classic look. So, from what I can see here, yeah, no, the design was basically, like, they stuck with it right out the gate. Little to no changes. Looks like there was some minor change in terms of the stunt design. They made him less, quote-unquote, fat, basically, but that was about it. Everything else was just basically as it was.
Yeah.
That is so fucking weird. Because I know for a fact Sonic went through like at least 5 or 6 changes before they finalized the design, but Tails was like, no, it's perfect. We've created perfection. So fucking weird. So fucking odd. And I guess it's true what they say, once you land on something, you really don't need to change it too much beyond that.
Yeah.
Something to consider, I suppose. Which is funny because I think this was a design Ken desperately tried to change. Let's see, actually. Now I'm curious about what he's. Oh. Sorry, I keep forgetting the art changes because he kept inviting people in to just fuck with this shit. Good lord. Again, at some point you would have to look at this guy and think to yourself, maybe we shouldn't trust him to do this shit. But no. Here we are.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot, I swear to God. Sorry, again, just every time I look up character designs, I always have to be reminded that, oh yeah, Ken Penders did this, and it's like, God, why?
Exactly.
He depresses me. He legitimately depresses me to a degree that I don't think it's even possible. And that's saying something.
Penders is a Pender file.
Pender. No, well, again, given the whole, oh, I did my comic and I included child ass in it, I wouldn't put it past him at this point. And
Yeah.
he's questionable motherfucker. Alright, let's see what else I can find here. Let's see what else did Judy make. Let's see. So apparently left the company at a pretty early age. Stuck around for as long as he could. Didn't like where the company was going. That's about it, really. I'm not seeing any other subtle anything else here. Looks like it was really just kind of one and done. Okay. I guess it is what it is. It do be what it do be. And the rest just kind of goes back to, what's it called? And just more modern designs, basically, from this point moving forward. Let me see what else I can find in terms of the OVA, at least. Let's see. Let's see. Who made this? You said it was Toei who did this?
Junio's Metal Sonic. He was
Junio.
talking about.
Okay, so they were the ones behind the OVA?
No, not. I meant the Metal Sonic design. I don't know who made the OVA.
Let's see. OVA creators. Here we go. The OVA series was produced by Studio Pierrot, Sega Enterprises, and General Entertainment. So it was under this organization known as Studio Pierrot, but it was co-produced by Sega Enterprises and General Entertainment. Okay. Let's see here. So let's look up Studio Pierrot. Okay, Studio Pierrot. What did you create? Okay, Studio Pierrot. Known for, let's see here. Studio Pierrot was founded in 1979. Here we go, productions. So they were involved in the most earliest productions, which is The Wonderful Adventures of Nils, Miss Machiko, Ursa Yutsara, Esteban, Child of the Sun, / The Mysterious Cities of Gold, Mrs. Pepperpot, quote, Creamy Mammy, the Magical Angel. I'm looking this up right now. Hold on. Let me see here. Please, I'm praying this is something that is not what it sounds like. Let's see here. It aired from 1983 to 1984 on Nippon Television. Yes, that's what it's called, by the way. Okay, plot synopsis. Quote, You, pronounced Y-U, Mirosawa is an ordinary 10-year-old girl until she sees a spaceship floating in the sky. Carried into the spaceship, she helps a friendly alien called Pino to find the feathered star. In thanks for her assistance, it grants her a magical wand which allows her to transform into a beautiful 16-year-old girl for 1 year. She is also given 2 cats from Feathered Star, Posai and Naga, who are to watch over her while she has magical powers. While wandering around the city as a teenager, she accidentally ends up on TV and is asked to sing, which magic enables her to do remarkably well. Using the aliens of Creamy Mammy, she becomes an overnight success and is soon set out to begin a professional career as an idol under Parthian Productions. Along the way, she also meets past residents of Featherstar and supernatural beings. In addition, she must fight against Snake Joe, a shady character from the rival LP Productions, who is also trying to steal away her, and Megumi-chan, another one of Parthian Productions' top stars. That's it. That's the entire plot. Let me see here. It ran from July 1st, 1983, ended in 1984, in June 29th, and I'm just assuming this had, like, what, a couple episodes maybe? Oh, Jesus. 52 episodes. A total of 3 volumes. The fuck is this? Okay. Let's... Apparently it... Okay, that's basically it. Let's pretend we've never delved into this deep dive and move on in terms of what this is.
What happened?
I don't want to remember this now. I want to kind of keep going, so we will.
Alright.
Back to the OVA production. So let's see. They also created Chicken Takun. Okay. Persia the Magic Fairy. Okay. Star Musketeers Star Musketeers Bismarck? The German battleship? Really? Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Magical Emmy, the Magic Star. This is what Japan and magic shit. Let's see here. Ninja Robot Tobukage. Okay. Pastel Yumi, the Magical Idol, of course. Animitsu Hime. Ganbare Kickers. Okay, the soccer manga thing. Kimigara Orange Road. Meditation. Okay. Norakuro-kun. Oh, this is a World War II little caricature. Okay. Let's see here. Otsuma-kun. Okay. The Burning... What? The Burning Wild Man? What? What? The fuck is this?
I feel like you're getting yourself put into a rabbit hole.
Sorry, what was that?
I feel like you're getting yourself put into a rabbit hole.
I am. Send help. Send supplies. Let's see. Magical Hat. And that was all from 1980, so moving into the 1990s. We don't have that much. Let's see, they did... You see Tensai... Musashi, the Samurai Lord, which is basically a little Gundam robot thing. Tetsuke, the Samurai Cop. What? Chokaku, the Stubborn Samurai Boy. This one sounds like a parody of something. I'm not gonna bother with that one. Little Ghosts, there, here, and where. Murade Dango. Okay, so just a lot of stuff in general. Non-Tan... Wait, what? They did Yu Yu Hakusho? Really? This group did this. Huh. I'm a little surprised. Okay, let's see here. Totemon Lucky Man Ninku, which not even going to bother with that one. Ushigi, Yugi, Midori no Makabao, Gone the Stone Age Boy. That one sounds familiar. Baby and Me. That actually, I think that was adapted into an actual film here in the West. Let's see here. Hyper Police. which apparently just has a bunch of cat girls in it. Okay. Clamp School Detectives, Flame of Rekka. Okay, not gonna bother. Tokoyaki Mantomen. Fancy Lala, The Magical Stage. Neo Ranga. Neo Ranga. Reality television series created by the screenwriter Sho Akawa. So Period and Pony Canyon. It is consists of 2 seasons. Okay, I'll look at this one later. It looks peculiar. Dokiri Doctor Yoiko. Microman Little Giants. Power Stone. I think this is a Sega franchise, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna be an angel. Japanese television series conceptualized. Okay. Great Teacher Onizuka. This one sounds familiar. Guru Town. Okay, this one's original. Okay. Alright, 2000s. Here we go. Oh, Super Miku-chan. Gensomade Sayuba. Okay. Curious Celestial Legend. Ghost. Oh, so the studio did Ghost Stories. Oh, that's fantastic. That explains so much. Honest question: are you familiar with Ghost Stories at all?
I know Amy's voice actor. Well, I remember like having a dub or something.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a history to that. So the original anime was pretty much, you know, yokai, whatever, yada yada yada. But there was apparently some sort of snafu incident where basically the wrong dub was sent to the publishers and they just did it anyways. Which was basically all of them just ad-libbing and doing bloopers and outtakes and shit like that. So it wound up getting sent, and basically the dub is unwatchable compared to the original. This is where the infamous line of "not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black" comes from. Let's see. Again, it's an odd little thing. Let me see here. Super Gals, Kaze no Himbono, blah blah blah, Kogen Tokyo Underground, Tokyo Mew Mew, okay. The 12 Kingdoms. So this was a fantasy novel that was adapted, and the studio did. My God, what else have they done? Ease Otherwise. What? Detective School Q. Sakuya The Road. I'm sorry, Reload. I misread that. Sakuya Reload Gunlock. Midori Days. Bleach. Oh, they did Bleach too. Enma, A Victoria Romance. Sugar Rune, Naruto Shippuden, I'm not surprised. Blue Dragon Trials of the Seven Shadows. Oh, wow, go figure. And 2010s. Level E, Kingdoms. Broccoli, His Ninja Pals. Polar Bears Cafe, Kingdoms Season 2. Geist Crusher. The World is Still Beautiful. That sounds good. Baby Steps. Tokyo Ghoul. Go figure. Fiona of the Dawn. Tokyo Ghoul VA. Baby Steps Season 2. Mr. Osamatsu. Divine Gate. Twin Star Exorcist. Puzzles and Dragons. the animation. Soul Buster. Oh, it's a manhwa. Dialed, I can't pronounce that. Baruto. Wow, still going. Convenience store boyfriend. What? The fuck kind of anime is this? Convenience store boyfriends. That sounds like the most white trash thing in the world. Okay. Black Clover. Mr. I just pronounced that one. Dynamic Chord. Sanrio Boys. Sanrio Boys. Okay. Puzzles and Dragons again. Tokyo Ghoul. Re 1 and Part 2. Black Clover Season 3. Black Clover Season 4. 20. Okay, so we just skipped over all of the 2010s. Now we're in the 2020s. So Kingdoms, everything else is just, here we go, anime films. Let me see. So here's Dandari. This. And this Yu Yu Hakusho the movie, Yu Yu Hakusho, Poltergeist Report, Nico Team of the Knives, Ninko the movie. What the fuck is this? Play Requiem. Bleach. Okay, here we go. OVAs and specials. Let me see here. Well, no, there's no mention of the Sonic OVA whatsoever with the studio. They have complete, that's weird. Period seems to be quite prodigious and was around to this day. Apparently, from what I can tell, it looks like they scrubbed the OVA completely. I wonder why. It's so fucking peculiar. Out of all the things to remove, why this? I'll take a look at this and see what's going on. Let me see here. Let's see. We'll look into the OVA and get a little bit more history. Let's see here. So yes, they worked. So from what I understand, it looks like Sega contracted some animators from them to work on it, but it looks like the studio itself wasn't involved whatsoever. This was purely a Sega production. Interesting. Let me see here. Part 2, Part 1. Cast. Okay, so Arden Brooke, Anna Fraser, Bill Hawaii. Here we go. Edward Neal. Sasha Desai. Uncredited, blah, 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 blah. So I'm just taking a look here. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, so the reception. So the OVA reached number 7 on the Billboard video sales, number 6 on the Billboard Kids video sales on March 1996. Issue of the Die Hard magazine gave the OVA a positive review, saying that, quote, all in all, the artwork looks amazing, plus it's an OVA, so the artists have been given quite an extensive budget. The animation is much cleaner than you could have expected from a TV show, but the characters' on-screen presence is what really makes Sonic so cool. It's like playing the game, but in an anime form. After the US Sonic cartoons have been cancelled, this anime is definitely a good choice, unquote. Henry Gilbert of Game Radar approved of the concept of the comic for fast-paced anime adaptation of Sonic, noting fights between Sonic and his evil counterpart Metal as, quote, cool, unquote. This unfortunately accompanied by, quote, The scenes of slapstick humor, anime cliches, and childish voice acting, unquote, as well as, quote, perpetually annoying Sarah. So I guess, well, I don't doubt it. Sarah was absolutely the bane of my existence, that fucking thing. Let's see here. Chris Shepard of Anime's News Network praised the OVA for its non-traditional action and said it was, quote, good for Sonic fans, unquote. He called the English dub poor and said the story, quote, strayed far from video games a little too much, unquote, and it was, quote, very basic, unquote. John Sinnott of the DVD Talk remarked, it didn't really pull me in at any time. Well, Mr. Sinnott, fuck you.
Yeah! Also, I forgot I had these french fries.
Oh, nice, french fry.
I just forgot they existed.
Let me see here. Well, that's basically it. As far as I can see, it looks like the reception for the OVA was fine. Looks like Sega just didn't choose to continue it due to probably poor collaboration standards.
I don't think
As far as I
Sonic
can
was
see.
just. I don't think Sonic's like popular in Japan, so.
He wasn't. Well, he wasn't back in the day, but as far as I can tell, the venture was successful enough internationally to at the very least continue it. But it looks like Sega just didn't choose to do it for both what's popular in Japan and some bad blood between the two. That explains why Period doesn't have any mention of this one. Film and anything. Which, again, wouldn't surprise me. Sega's a bit too hands-on when it comes to Sonic and most things. Especially if it's a new product like this. Well, new product at the time. I wonder.
I wish we had a proper model of the GDO Sonic.
I think there is one in the works on the model resource. I'll have to look. But I think it's out there. Let me see. Because I know the model resource has a lot of like custom models that people make for the sake of like mods and stuff. So at the very least, it's worth looking into. Bear with me a second. Oh god, my eyes. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's just, you know what happens like when your eyes are open for a while and it just starts stinging.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's just like let me see. Alright. Okay. Let's take a look here. Also, while that happens, I am going to read on some of these animes that I found while doing my digging. Mostly Neo Renga, because I'm curious. Let's see, story. The Shimabara sisters, Manami, Oshio, and Yuhi, I think is how that's pronounced, are living on their own with their eldest sister as their breadwinner when a young man from a fictional Pacific island of Baru arrives with news of their long missing brother. Their brother had married into the Baru royalty, but died, leaving the sisters as the hereditary rulers of Baru. As the rulers of Baru, they now fall under the protection of the island's god, Nyoranga, which turns out to be a gigantic monster reminiscent of Godzilla. He follows them back to Japan, where Nyoranga quickly runs afoul of the Japanese self-defense forces. Okay. Doesn't look particularly unusual. Comedic drama, mecha, yada yada yada. Okay, I mean, something to look into, I suppose. What's this one?
It's the thing I was talking about. This is supposed to be Junio Metal Sonic.
Okay, I see.
Look at his design's much different with the eyes in particular.
Oh yeah, it's much sharper over, like menacing, but in a sort of cartoonish sort of way, if that makes any sense. Like, he's he's menacing, but in that sense of like, oh, you know, a kid would find that scary.
Yeah.
Again, you'd wonder why this design wouldn't be reused, but I guess it's simply for the fact of what's it called? I guess it's, you know, just too out there.
His it's interesting because his eyes are like much different. Because it's like they're how do you describe them? They're more like the outer part is more, it's white and the inner part is red. So there's like, but normally the inner part is like black.
Right. It's a peculiar design concept, and again, like I said, it's not a.
And I think this
It's
is just
something
a
that-
recent discovery. I don't think many people noticed the design was actually different until now.
Yeah, because that's the kind of a problem when it goes from like 3D to 2D and sprites and things like that. It's almost impossible to notice the subtle differences, especially when it comes to this sort of thing, or in, you know, these sort of aspects. Okay, here we go. I got the customs loaded. Let me see here. Let me see. Low poly, low poly, low poly, self-propelled bomb. Here we go. Metal Sonic Classic Low Poly, Mania Style, Mechasonic, no. So, yeah, this is the only design they're working, or they've created on this website. Which doesn't surprise me in the slightest. It is one of the more easier designs to work with. Let me see here. Yeah, no. It's the same basic model design you're mentioning, just slower poly. But leaning it more into the silver design of most things.
Oh.
Let me just put that here. So, Mm. Bear with me a second. Steam, sorry, not my Steam. My Discords are running a little slow. While we do that, I'll just take a look at this. Yeah, no. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Looks like most of that's still basically the same. Let's see. Yep, sorry, it's still just trying to go through. Oh, what's this? Oh, sorry, I'm also taking a look at something else while this is loading. Yeah, no, the age of androids is now. I guarantee it. We're going to start seeing mass-produced robotic helpers soon. We should be absolutely terrified.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I looked at this fucking Sonic X Shadow Generations is 30 gigabytes, while normal Sonic Generations is like 9 gigabytes. Like, holy shit, man. They fucking don't know how to optimize their fucking file sizes anymore.
It has been bloated to hell and back.
Sonic Adventure DX.
So I'm just also taking a look at another mod as well. I wonder how much chaos and anarchy I can cause with just one little... Oh no. Well, that's not gonna work. The mod has completely crashed on me. Fuck. Okay. We're getting rid of that. Oh no, I was trying a completely legal examination into somebody else's computer, and it's completely failed. So need to get rid of that and call it a day.
Okay.
And there we go. So that's the low poly model I was mentioning. Yeah, so same basic design, but it's a much slower poly. Which, again, I'm still surprised, and that's something I wanted to mention about Metal Sonic's design. His entire middle is just a turbine.
Yeah.
Just surprises me, because it's like, it makes sense. You want something to be as fast as Sonic, you kind of have to sacrifice a lot of, like, internal consistency to make that work.
Yeah, that's why, like, Mecha Sonic is, like, doesn't go as fast.
Yeah, he was, again, built specifically to, like, fight Knuckles and not really fight Sonic, and it kind of shows in the design. Just generally just punching and running around and trying to hurt.
I think that was part of Eggman's plan, too. Because he could trick Knuckles into thinking Mecha Sonic is Sonic. And then you'd be like, oh my god, the evil Sonic has come to kill me, and then Eggman would betray him.
Yes. Which I firmly believe that
Like,
the idea was strictly just, you know,
say
pummel him into the dirt.
Yeah, say Eggman managed to, like... Say he managed to, you know, take care of Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have to... Knuckles wouldn't know about... He wouldn't see the Master Emerald being stolen. And instead, Mecha Sonic would come in and beat the shit out of Knuckles while Eggman steals the Master Emerald. And Knuckles would be none
the real Sonic would show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the real Sonic would ever show up, it'd be like, oh, it's you again. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh god, no, stop! just pummeling him is like, why are you so much softer now? Why are you bleeding?
That kind of
Wait a
reminds
minute.
me, in Sonic Mania, there's a mod that replaces Heavy King with Mecha Sonic, and he comes to steal the Master Emerald. That was so funny when that happens in Sonic Mania, and the fucking thought bubble comes, like, in his head. Just mid-battle.
It's like, mine, goodbye. So absolutely comical. Oh dear. Still, I don't know why, but I still love the idea of just Knuckles beating the fuck out of Sonic and then just slowly realizing, it's like, wait a minute. This isn't the same thing I fought. Oh no. just zoom in on his face as he realizes, like, oh, I have made a mistake. I have made a colossal mistake. Oh, sorry, I've just realized something. Holy shit, this is interesting. Okay, note to self, I'm gonna watch that Neo Rengas thing because it looks damn fucking cool.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I mean, the designs alone have enticed me. Especially with the aforementioned deity. But let me just show this here. I'm sure you're still streaming. So for obvious reasons...
I'm ending the stream now because I don't have